Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Oh, you're looking tired. You're looking tired. Come on, let's lift up that energy. Give it a round of applause. Come on. Welcome. Oh, yeah. Woohoo! Today is the day. And you might wonder, what day is that, Jose? Well, today is the day when we're going to be breaking through to success during these challenging times. And for those of you here and watching online, you are in for a treat. Yes, and we are live, and we are live, and we are online. So people, you can actually comment, leave any questions you may have. It's going to be fantastic. Challenging times. Yes, it's been difficult. But today, you're going to be hearing presentations. You're going to be listening to incredible stories that are going to help you realize what you are really capable of. So how about we get things started? I'm going to pull out my phone because I'm not going to be able to remember all of this. The first speaker of the day is, I'm calling TT, Tom Thompson. Tom is a tree consultant, listen carefully, an urban forester with over 20 years of experience in the tree care industry. His business is 8 years old, and he promoted better tree management and ecological improvement. He has planted over 1 million trees. I'm going to say that again. He has planted over 1 million trees in the course. Oh, yeah. Well, wow. I mean, it does take a bit for you to actually wake up. In the course of his career, and now focuses on the retaining and better management of our existing trees around planning permissions, house purchase, and general insurance matters. TT's talk today, I'll stop calling you TT, Tom Thompson, sharing the value and benefits of trees and the tree economy. Over to you, Tom!
Good morning. It's okay, calm down. Hasn't even got a chain on it, I've disarmed it. I'm a tree consultant, not a tree surgeon. And most people don't understand that. So why is that important? Because trees are incredibly important. I'm passionate, obsessed. We'll go with passionate about trees and how important they are. And I get that, but not everyone does. So why is that important then? Why is it important to you? Because trees are incredibly important for our health, our wealth, and our well-being. And I'm going to tell you all about that and demonstrate that to you today. So does that make sense? Yep. Does everyone interested in that? Fantastic. Yeah. So as I say, I'm not a tree surgeon. I used to say I don't even own a chainsaw. I can't say that now. I've got that one there. I bought that for this presentation. So at least while it's there, it's not out there murdering innocent trees. So one less chainsaw out there. But how do I manage trees without a chainsaw? How can I do that? Well, we use these things, our eyes, not as demented as those eyes on there, but we use our normal eyes. We use binoculars. I'm very much ground-based. I don't climb trees. Did when I was younger, especially when I was a kid. I don't do it anymore. I just like enjoying, admiring, and studying trees from the ground. And we use that. Who said receding hairline? You're a tree surgeon. I think we've got a tree surgeon in the audience. No, we use our brains. We think about what we're doing because trees are incredibly important. Thank you for my introduction from Jose, and thank you for Elliot for putting on the event, and for us as a team putting on this event. It's really, it's a pleasure to be here. As was said, I've been in the industry for over 20 years. My business has been going for over 8 years. I'm a professional member of the Arboricultural Association, a consultant, nothing to do with chainsaws. I'm the chairman of the Consulting Arborist Society. I have been for a number of years, and I'm all about promoting better tree management and understanding of trees and their value and benefits to us. I'm an expert witness, which means I can go to court when trees break the law. Normally gravity and sometimes trespass, but often tree owners are breaking the law, planning laws and tree protection. So I'm able to help or I'm able to represent them and represent the trees, because that's what we're meant to do as experts. I've planted over 1 million trees. That sounds impressive, doesn't it? I haven't planted them myself. I'd still be out there doing it now. I've managed the planting of over 1 million trees. That's not enough. We need more than that. If you can remember the last election, everyone was planting 1 million trees, 10 million trees, 30 million trees. I think Diane Abbott wanted to plant 30, 50, 70 gazillion billion trees at one point. I think she got a bit confused with the numbers. But trees are important politically, but we need to plant more. I need to plant another 1 million. I'm a public speaker promoting the value and benefits of trees and talking about the tree economy. That's a new word to many of you. That's a made-up word, but if we can have trustconomics, we can have tree economy, but it's a much more reliable economy. And at the end, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse, to quote the great man there. So is that okay with you? You've been to these events before, presumably. You know there's a presentation and there's some sort of sale at the end of it. So is that okay with you? Can I get a yes?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. So I'll start by giving you a little bit of history of the trees. Trees came around in the Devonian period. And don't worry, any of our Cornish contingent, it's nothing to do with those weirdos across the county border. It's a period of time, 350 to 420 million years ago. And they were quite weird looking trees. They're just large ferns, basically. And then 300 million years ago or so, Carboniferous period, we got the conifer trees, the triangle trees, the evergreens. And then much more recently, about 250 million years ago, we got the broadleaves, the ones that drop their leaves in autumn and stop trains and people moan about leaves. But you get the autumn colours, the beautiful colours. So they have their own place. 250 million years ago, they came along. 300,000 years ago, man came along. The first man came out of being an ape and started to stand up, and that was our first civilization. 1830. Do you know what that date represents? No one. Not even our tree surgeon. That's when they were invented. Chainsaws. Not as shiny and new as that, a bit clunky, but 1830. That's when chainsaws were invented. So how did trees manage before that? How did they manage for these millions of years before man came along to manage them and then before chainsaws? They were doing perfectly well. And that's not the whole story, because I'm an urban forester and I manage trees in cities, and there's conflicts. You have to worry about risk, and you also have to be aware of sight lines, traffic lights, signage, services. So there are factors, and sometimes they will damage buildings if there's the wrong soil and certain conditions. So there is a job for me, but there's far too many tree surgeons out there, and people are far too quick to get out the chainsaw. So why are trees important, Tom? What's the point of trees? Well, they look nice, obviously, but there's more to them than that. They give us air. They take in carbon dioxide. They release oxygen. And there's more to them than that. They store carbon and they grow. And they take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, which is good, and they give us oxygen to breathe. The other plants do that as well, and sea plants do that as well. So we're not completely reliant on trees, but they're important. They're important for our health, for our oxygen. But also they give us clean air. We don't want to be breathing in that polluted air, do we? Especially in London, as I've been stuck in traffic breathing it in all morning with very, very few trees on the way here. But yeah, they help filter out pollution particles. So what else have trees done? They helped us to address pollution there. Also help us to mitigate flooding. Clearly they're not doing a very good job there. Look, there's a few trees, they should pull their weight a bit more in that picture. But the problem is that the trees further up, higher up, are being removed. And the water's running down and it's collecting in the lower areas. The other problem is we're building houses in floodplains and low-lying areas near rivers. Most cities are near rivers because that's where they built up. That's where the commercial centre started. That's where the business trading was. It was on the rivers. So most of our cities are on or near rivers. or the sea. And they're at risk. So if we plant more trees or stop cutting trees down further up, it helps to reduce the runoff. It won't stop it. I mean, the other problem is more and more hard standing, trees getting taken down, houses and roads being built. So we are creating this problem for ourselves. Whereas the water cycle, that's where the rain falls, comes down, collects in the low-lying areas. If there's trees there, they'll intercept it, they'll slow it down. So the low-lying areas can filter a bit of more water away, and then it won't be such a sudden rush, a flash flood. But if we remove the trees, it's going to collect a lot faster, and we've had that problem in the last couple of days, certainly in Surrey and Kent. And they're good for our health and our wealth. If we've got bad health, that affects our wealth. So if we've got breathing problems, we have to go to the asthma clinic, we have to take a day off work, that's going to affect us. If we've got a physical job, we can't work as well if we've got asthma, breathing problems, stuff that's going wrong with our bodies. So trees are incredibly important for our health and our wealth. I remember when I was at college, I failed economics on my environmental course. And at school I failed most of my courses. And even in the army I failed a lot of the exams because I didn't really try. And at school I didn't turn up. But at university I did try, and that was the only course I failed because I did an assignment on economics of forestry and how externalities should be taken into account. So a forest in Canada where I'd been had felled a lot of trees. There was a runoff, there was a mudslide, some people died, people's houses were washed away, and this was because of the forestry operations. And it was proven to that, and there was a law case about it. But my economics tutor failed me because it's an externality, it's not part of economics. That was about 20 years ago now, so hopefully economics teachers have moved on a little bit and they are more aware of externalities, but the environment really isn't considered in the big picture. Politicians are only looking at the next election cycle. Businesses are only looking at the next year, basically, and the environment is a lot further away. It's more, we're all more aware of it now. There's more flooding every year, there's more heat waves, we are aware, and the climate is getting warmer. It is on the news until something else important comes on and it's off the news and then it's back on. But we are aware there is a problem, and trees are part of the solution for that. And we've covered the water cycle. The urban heat island. Does anyone know what the urban heat island is? No? It's not a new TV show with young celebrities or wannabes on there. No, the urban heat island is where the cities heat up more than the urban areas, than the rural areas. And that's partly because they've taken the trees away, but it's because they've got more concrete, more tarmac, more hard surfaces that in the summer will absorb the heat and slowly release it at night. This is a problem for our health because a lot more people die of heart attacks in heat waves, and they die at night. Because during the day, we're used to it being hot. We're not used to it being hot at night that much. Warmer countries are. And our hearts can't cope. They're trying to cool the body down all day. And if you have a cool night, if the sun goes down and it gets cool, you can relax. But when the heart's having to work 24 hours a day for a prolonged period of time, that's when we get a lot more deaths. And it's directly attributed to higher temperatures in cities. So what do? We get some air conditioning in, don't we? Well, maybe not at the moment with the fuel prices. But what are trees? Trees are natural air conditioning. So if we keep them in the street, they're shading the tarmac, they're stopping the sun getting on there, it's not heating up in the first place, but they are actual air conditioning machines. They take in water from the ground, and this was part of the water cycle, and they evapotranspire it, it evaporates from them. And if you've ever seen, after a sudden downpour in the summer, when it's a warm day, you'll see steam, like steam rising off the trees. And that's when you can visually see it, but it's going on all the time at a much smaller level, imperceptibly, you can't see it, but that's how the water cycle works. And that is also cooling it, because it's drawing in cooler air. So trees are natural air conditioning. So that's another reason why they're important. Some figures there, look. Without trees, 36 degrees, 43, 50 degrees on the road surface. And in a tree-lined street, down to 26, much more tolerable. Fewer deaths. And people do like trees, they like shade. If it's too hot, they'll go out and sit under a tree. There's a photo from Africa. For some reason my pointy clicky thing isn't. Yeah, it works when I point over there, but I need to point it over there. Bit of a flaw. Right, anyway, what's the value of that tree to that community? It's in Africa. It's off the internet, the image. It's widely banded around in my industry. But how much do they value that? How hot is it out there? It's the only tree in that field where they want to do the presentation. And trees, money grows on trees. That's what they say, isn't it? Isn't it? It does. Well, it used to, because paper grows on trees and we used to have paper money. Until the government decided we needed plastic money, because we didn't have enough plastic in the world. We needed more plastic. Crazy. But yeah, money does grow on trees. Because mature landscapes are money. That's a mature landscape. If you had that outside of a property, it would add about 10% to it. If you ask an estate agent what a mature landscape is, they'll say it's about 10%. They won't know what it is. It's the trees, it's the seclusion, the privacy. Don't know what people want to do behind this privacy, what deviant behavior they want to keep secret, but people pay a premium for that seclusion. And then they move in and cut the trees down because they want to put an extra parking space in or extend the building. And you can still do that without cutting the trees down. You just do it in a different way, a more intelligent way. And then you keep the 10% uplift from your property for the mature landscape, and you add value to the property with the extra features for the house. So it's a win-win. And it's good for our mental health, our mental well-being. I know this from personal experience because when I was younger, initially I went in the army after school. That gave me a bit of discipline. Taught me a lot. Not all good, but it was fun, and it was structured. And then I left the army, and just went on and partied. It was the 90s. It was all right. It was rave. Every weekend, I'd go out and get hammered. And by the end of the weekend, I was disorientated. I was tired. I was paranoid. I was in a mess. I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't want to talk to anyone. So I decided that I needed to get away from people. We'd moved out of the clubs by the Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, and we were into park areas with a DJ and music going on. But I'd sneak off and find somewhere quiet in the woods just to get my head together. And it worked. Until the next weekend when I did it all again. Never learned my lesson. Well, 2 or 3 years. And then I wisened up a little bit. But I never forgot that lesson. That even though there's a lot going on in a woodland, there's bird song, there's animal noises, there's a lot of leaves rustling in the wind, there's a lot of things that stimulate you. It's still a calming environment. And while I was doing that study on the effects of chemicals and lack of sleep on the human body, other people were studying bathing. Not that sort of bathing or the sunbathing. That was a study I was doing myself while I was putting on these slides. It's quite enjoyable, but no, that sort of bathing there. Forest bathing. Srinyoko, if anyone, yeah, got a fan. Fantastic. We've got a convert. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. There's a lot of it in this country now, but the Japanese led on this. And the Japanese, those little Japanese scientists, they measured the results. They put sensors on people's bodies, cortisol levels reduced, stress levels went down. It's because of the pheromones from the trees. It's not just a visual thing. It is a visual thing, but it's not just a visual thing. It's not just being out of neon lights and noise and man-made noise, but it's actually a chemical. And that's because we used to live in the trees. literally used to live in the trees, and then we used to live within the trees. So we have grown up, evolved to be calm and safe in that environment. But thank God for the Japanese scientists to tell us that. Where would we be without it? It's not like we know that millions of people go to the woodlands every weekend for recreational activities to relax. But we do need it. We do need it because the doubters, the naysayers will go, oh, prove it. So you have to prove that it actually works. And that's what the Japanese scientists have given us. But if you needed any more proof, just think back to the lockdown. We were all confined to our little home prisons, weren't we? Government said you can't go out. So what happened? Even law-abiding people went out. They broke out, they broke the rules, and they went in the parks. They were flooding into the parks to be in nature, to get away from their families. They'd had enough of them being cooped up. But they needed to escape. And it wasn't all illegal activity. When we were allowed out for an hour a day to start with, I don't know if you remember that, people were going out and noticing nature, noticing the birdsong, noticing the trees, seeing that there was a tree outside their house. It hadn't just been planted, it'd been there 50 years, but they just noticed it for the first time. So intrinsically, we do value nature. We've just lost sight of that. So what else do trees do, Tom? Yeah, that's all right, isn't it? They do all that stuff, but what else? What else do trees do? Well, they give us food, shelter, all sorts of other things. Chairs, furniture, yeah, we can build stuff out of it, and it's a renewable resource. We're not depleting. As long as it's managed well, we're not depleting the resources, unlike unsustainable building materials. Trees give us free Wi-Fi. Is that right? No, that's fake news. Fake tree news. But imagine if they did give us free Wi-Fi. We'd all be out there planting trees, wouldn't we? We'd all be wanting forests. We'd be wanting trees everywhere. Trees along every road. I have a vision for a tree in every garden and outside and along every road and track. And that's stealing a little bit from Bill Gates' vision of a computer in every home. But if he's done that, I want people to value trees in the same way. That's my mission. We go, imagine if trees gave off free Wi-Fi signals, we would be planting so many trees and we'd probably save the planet too. Too bad they only produce oxygen we breathe. They don't only produce oxygen, that's a quote from the internet. They do so much more, and I've covered that. And I see this, ooh, I think I've turned something off. Technical failure there. I see this on a day-to-day basis in my job. People, it's a bit Marmite. People either love trees or they hate them. And I have to work for both sides. And the haters I try to convert. But essentially, I'm in a risky business, the risk business. Do you know what that represents? Anyone? Health and safety. Brilliant from the back. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. And health and safety, everybody hates health and safety. But I don't, because it generates a lot of work. It generates all my work, basically, because if we didn't have it, I wouldn't need me. You'd just have tree surgeons cutting trees down. But I share a story with you about Mr. Wright, which was his name, and it was quite ironic because he was wrong in so many ways. He got me out to look at his tree. He was worried about his tree. And there is a risk from trees. It's a low risk. 6 people every year die from tree-related injuries in this country. That's either trees falling or parts of trees falling. And that's civilians, the public. There's a similar number of tree surgeons, but that's their own risk because they do that stupid job. But 6 people die because trees fall over or parts of trees fall on them. And that's 6 too many. But statistically, that's averaged over years, over decades, from the Office of National Statistics. I can't even say it. Office of National Statistics. And even though we're managing and inspecting more trees, that number is still staying the same, which is 6 too many. But just to put it in some sort of perspective, 10 people a year die putting their trousers on. They do. Now, it's not clear what they're doing when they're putting their trousers on. If they're somewhere they shouldn't be and they're in a hurry to get some. The Office of National Statistics doesn't go in that deep, but nevertheless, there are 10 deaths a year. And we're not proposing outlawing trousers. 1,000 deaths a year from stairs. That's pretty dangerous, isn't it? People still go up and down stairs, unless there's a lift, but most people go up and down stairs. Vehicles, 1,800 deaths a year, on average, every year. People are still prepared to get in their cars and travel, but they're worried about their trees. They get in their cars, they travel, they go on the phone, just to add that little bit of extra danger to their already risky activity, without even realising it. This brings us back to Mr. Wright. He says, Tom, I'm worried about my tree. I sit on my sofa, and when it's windy, the tree's moving. And I sit there and I worry, and my heart rate increases, my breathing gets faster, and I start to sweat. I said, don't worry about it, let me have a look at the tree. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's all fine. I'll have a look at it. And there was nothing wrong with his tree. But he was still worried. So I said to him, Mr. Wright, do you work from home or do you go to the office? And he had worked from home during the lockdown. Most people had, but he was back at the office now. And he drove there. For some reason, his morning commute went past Arizona, which was a bit weird because he was in Surrey, but that's stock images for you. He drove to work and he took that risk. I said, are you on the ground floor of the office? He said, no, I'm on the 5th floor. Did you take the lift? No, not the lift. I have to do my steps, get my ped count up on my app. I said, that's risky. At this point, I didn't ask him if he was wearing trousers. I just hoped that was the case. I know there was a period on working from home and Zoom that you got away with it, but you can't really do it in an office environment. Well, they can, but generally it's not accepted. But he was still worried. So I said, Mr. Wright, have you got any hobbies? When you're not working or sat at home looking out your window and worrying unnecessarily about your tree. He said, Tom, yes, I love going to the forest. I drive to the forest and walk around. I said, what, through all those uninspected trees? And you're a bit concerned about that? No, I love it. So what do you do when you've finished walking around? Do you go home? He said, no, Tom, I go back to the car. I get my mountain bike off the back of the car. I get that out and I bomb through these forest trails, these mountain bike trails through the forest. What, through all those uninspected trees with other mountain bike users? You've no idea of their risk tolerance. They might even be coming at you. Yeah, I love it. Makes my heart pound faster, makes my breathing get faster, and it makes me sweat. I'm really enjoying that. I said, can't you sit at home and look out your window and worry unnecessarily about the tree I've inspected? Can't you get the same feeling? But he didn't get it. He didn't get it. He didn't get that there was low risk and he was doing much more risky things already. But the real risk is cutting down trees, having more pollution, having more flooding. Incidentally, flooding affects all of us. Even if we're in the high areas and we go, oh yeah, we're not going to get flooded. So what happens when someone gets flooded? They get moved out. They're out for a year, 2 years sometimes. Eventually they get an insurance payment. They go back in. They might get a second insurance payment. But after that, they're uninsurable. Maybe the government will step in as an insurer of last resort. But the insurance company hasn't finished. It's finished with them, but it's paid out. It's got to get some money back to recoup that loss. Where do they get that from? All of the other insurers that aren't in flood zones. Well, maybe some of them are in flood zones. Everyone else is paying that premium. So it does affect all of us financially. And it affects the people in the flood areas financially, emotionally, mentally, a lot more. The urban heat island, the mental health. This is the true cost of cutting down our trees, of that thing there going unchecked. So here's some of the other things that we do in the business. We do a micro drill. or an ultrasound of trees, just to make people like Mr. Wright even more sure that their tree isn't going to fall over on their house. We can look inside the tree. That's a cross-section of the trunk. There's a little, that red is decay, but it's fine because you've got sound wood around the outside. Think of it like a scaffolding pole. You don't throw that away because it's hollow in the middle. It's still sound, it's still structurally sound. That tree is fine. Needs a little bit of monitoring, but that's fine. So we use technology to reassure people that trees aren't that dangerous. It's already a low risk, 6 deaths a year, but we make it even lower so that we can retain the tree economy. So it's all about risk and reward. Now I know this. Probably most of you know this because you're an intelligent audience. But some people, some of the public, some of my clients don't get it at all. And yet, why have I put this up? Not for product placement so I can cash in on my talk. Well, not just for that anyway, but I am open to payment for sponsorship deals. All of these companies have got trees in their logo. So they know that we value trees, we like trees, that trees are important. They get it. But they're just exploiting it. And we get it, really. The lockdown taught to us that we do need trees, we do value them, even above the financial reasons. So I said at the start, I'm not a tree surgeon, I'm a tree consultant. I inspect trees with my eyes, with the binoculars, and with not our receding hairlines, but our brains. And we try to retain trees and reassure people and educate people about trees. In my day job, I've been working in the industry for over 20 years. I've had my own business for over 8 years. And I help clients deal with protected trees. So that's a legally protected tree there. The government's put or the local council's put a tree preservation order on it. That's a physically protected tree there. We've put fencing around while there's building works going on. That's a tree protection notice on a site. And those are planning refusals and appeals and planning approvals. This is what we help clients with, day in, day out. So we know about trees. I know about trees. I'm a professional member of the Arboricultural Association for about 12 years now, I think, as a consultant, not a surgeon. And just think about that for a minute. We treat trees differently from how we treat ourselves. You've got a tree problem, you go to a tree surgeon, don't you? No, you don't. Hopefully you don't now, but most people think that way. Imagine if we did that with our health. If we had something wrong with us, like pain in the stomach, we just rocked up at the hospital and went, Mr. Surgeon, when you finish doing that operation, I'll just hop on there and you can do me. You've got all your equipment. I'm here. You might as well do it. Cut me open and do your stuff. That would be absolutely mental, wouldn't it? But that's what we're doing with our trees. Tree surgeons up the road, oh, come over and do a bit of work on my tree. It must need it. They'll tell you it needs it. It doesn't need it. Most of the time, it doesn't need it. We just think we need it. We need to control things. We need to control nature. We can't control nature, and we need to let go of that urge. But I'm an expert witness, so I can go to court and represent people who have broken the tree law. I'm a public speaker, an international public speaker on trees, the value and benefits of trees, and the tree economy. And I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Call to action. I did say it would happen at the start. I'm not here to sell you a tree report to get you planning permission, house purchase completion, or address your insurance requirements. Unless you need a tree report for planning permission, house purchase, or insurance reasons, in which case I'll absolutely do that. Give me a call. We'll sort something out. But that's not why. That's not the main reason I'm here. The main reason I'm here is to promote the value and benefits of trees. And I want to do more of that. Speak to more people, bigger audiences, more events. So that's why I'm here to promote my talk, my public speaking. If you want to contact me, that's my QR code there. Scan that. That's my personal website, my public speaking website. It's got a little bit of some show reels on there, some shots of public speaking events that I've been to, and it will give you a little bit of taste of what I cover, as well as this talk today. Otherwise, you can reach out on LinkedIn. I'm Tom Thompson. On Facebook, I'm Tomo Thompson. Slight change there. And on YouTube, I'm the voice of the trees, or voice of trees, because they need a voice. They can't speak, but they need someone to speak for them, and that's what I'm doing now. So that's the end of my presentation. You've been a fantastic audience. Jose and Elliot have been fantastic. Thank you very much again for this opportunity. And please, if you've got any questions or you want to contact me, reach out through the channels on the screen. Thank you very much.
Okay, so hello, good morning, everybody. Lovely to see you all. So I kind of, as I was seeing you speak, who are you going to call? Thompson. That came to mind, right? Because it's a bit like, you know, he's not a ghostbuster, but he's a mythbuster, and he's a tree savior. And I just thought, yes, that could be your theme. I mean, you might get in trouble for royalties, but hey, you can apologize later, right? Exactly. Elliot has the say of the law. So we're going to have another speaker joining us shortly. Is she getting all mic'd up? Is it break? It's break. Okay, there we go. So before we wrap up, I just want us to remember the importance. Here's the thing. I think that's a great example. We don't go to surgeons when we have knee pain. We don't go to surgeons when we got stomach aches and go, chop it off, cut it out. Pull out my heart, I have heartache. We don't do that. So why do we think it's okay to do it with trees? And hearing Tom speak has completely changed how I think and behave around trees, how much more I respect them, and how much I understand that we need them more and more, especially in this day and age. So let's hear one more time for Tom Thompson. We're going to take a quick break while we get the next speaker ready, and then when we come back, we're going to have Claudia, who's going to blow your minds. So we have 10 minutes, 15 minutes break, and we'll be back with the next speaker. See you soon.
And we are back from the break. How are you people? How are you all doing? Good how? Good how?
Absolutely incredible.
Absolutely incredible. And I can hear myself. So this is being live streamed, by the way. So I can actually hear myself. There's echo. And I kind of like it.
You've got a double whammy.
Well, we're not going to get into double, triple whammies. But yes, we have got another incredible speaker. Are you ready?
Yes.
How ready are you from 1 to 10? Because that was a bit weak.
Ready.
What? Yeah, come on. What do you think people watching this? 12 in the back. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look, okay, well, please let the gentleman out. Thank you. Yeah. This lady, speaker, professional, family leader, business owner, she's come all the way from Chile, but not today. But actually, she's come all the way from Scotland, which is also pretty good if you think about it, commuting and all of that, just to be here with all of you today. So I'm going to do a quick intro. Now it's time where I actually go and read because I don't want to miss anything because she is a powerhouse. Claudia Romero. How do you like that pronunciation in there? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well, I'm doing what I can with the resources available. I'm not going to blame my parents. So, Claudia Romero, time efficiency and holistic productivity coach and speaker. This is so needed nowadays. Claudia is a time efficiency and holistic productivity expert and consultant who helps and teaches business and team leaders how to increase productivity of their teams by helping them reduce stress levels. And overwhelm, so there is less staff turnover. And the business can increase profits and grow consistently. Claudia's talk today is called It Is About Time. Give Claudia Romero a round of applause, people! Woohoo!
Oh, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And also, thank you for the amazing speak from Tom. A lot of food for thought. So we need to it's about time to get more mindful on the trees as well. So what is going to be today that I'm going to talk about time? And it is in many aspects a thing that we need to be more mindful. We are bombarded with a lot of things like business, family, bad news, financial crisis, many expectations from other people, all the pressure of the society, social media. It is no wonder why we are so overwhelmed and stressed. And then we stop and we ask, what's next for my life? The problem is that we don't stop to hear the answers. We keep doing, we keep stressing, we keep in this mentality of do. So raise your hand if any of this sounds familiar. I have a lot to do. Every time that I want to relax, I start to thinking, what's next? I get distracted. Should I send the email? Should I check social media? Should I do this? Should I do that? And then we feel guilty sometimes because we want to spend more time with our loved ones, but we don't stop and we don't give that because our minds are in other place. We are there, but not fully present there. So you are not alone. We are all, including me, that I manage my time quite effectively, but even myself, sometimes I am in this position that I'm not there. I'm there, but not there. You are not alone. And there are better ways. We are always, constantly, in this, in this hamster wheel. So we stop and then go up again. And it's constantly, constantly, constantly. Throughout lockdown, we stopped a little bit. We were a little bit more mindful. We share with our families. But then the things started to resume, and we are up again and flying away. So there is a solution, and the solution is simple, and not many people think it's simple. The only way to live a life with less stress, and I'm not saying without stress, because that is impossible. We need a quote of stress to properly live, because stress gives us that quote of push to do things. In a bad levels, it's not good, of course. So it's to choose how we use our time. Many of us don't realize how we are using our time, because we are in automatic pilot. And we do. And we do and repeat, and we do and repeat, and we do and repeat. So, hello, my name is Claudia Romero, and as Jose said, I'm a productivity and holistic coach and consultant and speaker. I am from Chile, so I come from South America and moved to Scotland several years ago. And I started to have a family. So mainly, how I started in productivity and time efficiency was from very early stage, since I was like 8, because I was very lazy. And this sounds very counterproductive, but yeah, because I was very lazy, and my priorities were sleep and have fun. Who wasn't want to have fun at that age? Of course. But my father was former Navy officer, and my mom was a university teacher. So for them, the most important thing was duty. School first, home, and then you can have fun. So I trained myself to do my homework in the minimum time possible, the best that I could, so I didn't have to redo it. And I learned that, and I challenged myself to do faster and faster and faster, and do it properly one time. And then I had freedom to sleep and to have fun. So win-win. So basically, that was very good for my university years, and then in my job, where I have to manage over 130 people in a big mining corporation. So I have to push people for deadlines, budgets, and many things. So I keep them on track. And I have my well-laid plans for my future. But every single thing changed when I met my husband and we moved to Scotland. And it was then when I had children, and my youngest boy born with a very rare condition. So I needed to be at the hospital most of the time. And I had other 2 boys under the age of 4. So juggling family without support from extended family made me apply what I've learned throughout the years. I have many credentials, many qualifications, but the most important thing was my life experience in overcoming hurdles and many other things that came around. Years after my youngest son was a little bit better, he started a very nice special needs school. So I had 6 hours on my hands. So I decided to found a business in special needs clothing. So I had to manage marketing team, designers, seamstress, and everything in a small place in Scotland. And juggling my son's appointment, my other two projects, school project, and many other things. So they are not there only. They have activities, they have things. And a few years later, my eldest son was diagnosed with ASD. So on top of every single thing that I had to do, I had another set of appointments. So many moms at the school gates ask me how you manage to do every single thing that you're doing without being stressed and overwhelmed and completely exhausted. And I have a light bulb moment. My entrepreneurial skills started to kick again, and I started to coach people to live lives with less stress, no matter what you have on your plate, because life is full of unexpected things. And it's where I teach people to slow down, reassess, and ask the important questions. So what is the most important thing in your life? Who matters the most in your life? And who doesn't? And drain your energy, so you need to get rid of. It sounds pretty bad to get rid of people, but sometimes those relationships, the toxic relationships, aren't helping you. And whose idea of success are you living up to? Because sometimes society says you need to do this, 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 and this to be successful. Who dictates that? Your success maybe is totally different than mine. So we need to ask what we like, what I want to do for the future, what I need to do differently in the future. So time is something that we cannot get back unless money, that you can always create money in a way or another, you cannot create time. You have a set amount of hours and that's it. So being effective with your time is not one off thing. You need to be mindful on how you use your time. You need to practice, you need to learn how to use it better, and always revise it, because we live in different stages of our lives. So your goals today aren't going to be the same as in the future or in the past. So you need to start to think how you're using your time to achieve those goals. And the most important thing, be consistent, perseverant, and a quote of discipline. And that is one thing that we don't like to hear, being disciplined, because we think in rigid things. But discipline is not being rigid and do the things like in a military way. It is being disciplined with yourself. So if you want to achieve something, you need that quote of discipline to take action, to do the things to achieve. Because it's not one-off action. You need to do it constantly to create routine. So in between every single thing, and the coaching taught me how to help people. And the thing is, I create a program called Soul System, and I'm going to go there in a few minutes. But before, I want to imagine this. Imagine you are a balloon, a colorful, powerful, bold balloon. You choose the color, and you start to fill it in with your life experiences, with the pressure of the society, with all the things at work, with all the things at family, and you feel it and feel it and feel it, this balloon. And there is a point that you cannot hold it, and you let loose. And you are deflated. You are on the floor. And you say, what's next? And you don't hear the answer, and you restart to do and feel it, the pressures, the doom and gloom, and everything. And again. Or maybe you are the balloon that you don't want to let loose, and you hold it and hold it and hold it and feel it with pressure and many things until, boom, you explode. And you are burnt out, overwhelmed, exhausted. And you need probably medical attention and many other things. What's the point? You are broken, and you have to start from zero. But life is more than that. It's more than that. And I can reassure you, you can live a better life. And something that lockdown told us, and we learn from it, it is what is the most valuable thing for you. Sometimes we need to slow down to make a faster progress in our lives. It's not the rush, constantly rush. We need to slow down, because when we do, sometimes we are advanced, but then get back, and advance one and rewind two. But when we slow down, reassess, and think thoroughly, we can move faster. So I talk about the soul system, and it's not only about your soul as a person. That this is clever. Anyway, it is 4 pillars: simplify, organize, understand, and leverage. And simplify is slow down and think what I want to achieve. What are my priorities? Because from there, you can plan ahead better, and you know exactly, crystal clear, which is your why in life and in work. So this can be applied for life and work. That is the holistic approach. Then organize is when you have your priorities established, you can put it in order. So you can take action in the ones that are more important, that will move you faster and forward easily, instead of acting in the small things that are easy. And we tend to do the easy things first because they are quicker to do, but they are like weeds. They reproduce, and it's a never-ending story. So it's best to act in the most big, scary ones, or like Brian Tracy say, eat that frog, and get those out of the way, because you are going to move faster. And declutter. Get rid of the things that don't give you any value in your life. Understand is the most important thing. You need to understand yourself, you need to understand your cycles, you need to understand your energy, because when you understand that, you can plan your workload most effectively, because you know when your focus is higher. And you will see that a task maybe will take less time when you are fully focused and your mind is more active. Because the same activity, when you are not motivated or you are not focused, can take double or triple the time. And it's the same activity. But when you are focused, you can do it better. Know your strength and your weaknesses, and what that is important, because when you know your strength, you focus on that, take action on those. And the weaknesses, you can delegate or outsource. Entrepreneurs is more difficult. Sometimes we need to do every single thing, but sometimes it's more expensive. Most of the time it's more expensive than outsource those things. Your environment and your staff, if you are a business owner or team leader, you need to understand your staff and the people that work with you, because if they feel supported and they feel understood, they will give you back in tenfold. Plenty. There is more synergy, there is more, the well-being is better, the environment in the workplace is much better. And the last one, leverage. As I say, outsource or delegate, it is key. And use all the technology to put the applications and automate and many things that you need to do. But the only thing that I want to mention in this, be careful, because there are many trends online and everything, and you want to try it every single thing. And sometimes we try hard to follow a trend, and it's not working for you. And you feel guilty, and you feel that you are failing, but it's not you. If something doesn't work for you, you don't have to stick or prove others to be the same, because we are different. So the things that work for you, not all the time are going to work for me. So stick with the things that work for you, and don't bounce between things. So the good news is that you don't have to do this alone. When you learn, practice, and improve, you are going to have success. But there is a quote of accountability here. When you have someone that helps you to be on track, you are going to achieve the things faster. And I'm going to say this quick story of a client of mine that she was exhausted, burnt out, and she said, I don't have time for anything. I don't have time for me, I don't have time. So when we started, this is a tip that is very useful for you for understand how you're using your time. I make her to do a time audit, and she looked at me like, I'm going to punch you in the face. Because I'm telling you that I do not have time. And I say, well, you have to trust me. You need to do this because you are going to figure it out. Where are you spending your time and how badly or good you're doing? And the results were the following. She was sleeping less than 45 hours a week. We have 168 hours a week. She was sleeping 45 or less. And that is less than the recommended for an adult. And she was 40 hours in social media and TV, and 15 for family and friends. So where are your priorities? But the thing that struck me the most for me was she was checking the news for 11 hours a week. Are the news changing that much? Nope. You can do it in 40 minutes a day, and that is not even close to 11 hours. So I told her, reduce the checking the news, because the news, you are going to know what is happening from one way or another. And she reduced it to 5 hours, so I gave her back 6 hours a week. She started to go with her children out. She started to go to the gym, and she was happier. And this is not the only client that I have that have similar situation, not exactly the same, of course. And it's a vicious cycle. Because we say, I'm going to change. And you start with your best intentions. But then every single thing started to go again in the hamster wheel. And sometimes we need a big shaking to realize what is happening in our lives. For her was missing out seeing her children growing up. For me, has been when I moved to Scotland and left my family and friends behind, or when my youngest boy born with all his complications, or when my eldest son was diagnosed with ASD. And last year when I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So every single thing changed. But because I know how I manage my time, I could be flexible. And when you understand how you are using your time, you can be flexible and choose where you put your energy on. And I want to stress this very, very much. You are the key of the engine. If you are not well, nothing is going to run smoothly. You need to service yourself like a car. And nobody wants to be sick. You don't have time to be sick. You don't want to be sick. But your brain is so intelligent that it's saying, I'm going to make you sick, so you have to stop. That is the way that you are aware that you need time off. And as I mentioned, we have 168 hours. If you, in average in UK, adults spend 6 hours a day or 7 hours a day watching social media and scrolling and everything, if you cut 2 hours a day, so that gives you 5 hours, that is plenty, 2 hours of screen a day, you can give you back 28 days a year. It's the whole month of February. What do you do with that time in a year? Maybe you can finish your projects, write a book, go to a retreat, travel more. It's your choice. 2 hours only. It's not that much. So, and maybe you have heard about this. Time is your most precious, valuable, non-renewable, and most important resource. And when it's gone, it's gone. You cannot save it, you cannot control it, but you can use it better. How you can improve your life and work? Would you like me to tell you?
Yes, please.
Good. As I mentioned, it's not your fault. The doom and gloom is real. The pressure of society is real. We all feel it. And it's not your fault when you feel deflated and stressed. So I kind of invite you, there is 4 ways to work with me. One-to-one, business workshops, speaking events, or the upcoming 6-week Soul program. And I'm going to talk about the program because I'm going to do a pilot, and I invite you to do this pilot, value over £1,000, that is going to launch at the end of January. But this pilot that I'm going to offer now for a reduced price, it is starting in November. And mainly you will learn how to use your time more effectively and simplify to move forward faster and get crystal clear of what is most important for you. So the best thing is that we want to improve our quality of life. And when you understand time, you can do that. You can improve life in other aspects, of course, but when you really understand how you're using your time, you can make such a big difference. And mainly have calm days, even if you have an hectic, crazy day like I had yesterday. So my well-laid plan travel went out of 6 hours 5 hours was the trip, but it turned out to be 9 hours in the train because an accident. So things can be unexpected all the time, and you need to be flexible. So when you have padding time to be flexible, you are going to stress less. You can control what you do in the time that you have. Well, this is testimonial, so you can read it. One of my clients say that after just one call, she gained clarity, and she was more organized and had more clear goals. Another one was from overwhelmed to super organized. So that is super valued for me as well, because I feel that I'm making a difference in people's life. We don't need to stress that much. And I can tell you, I have a lot on my plate, but rarely I'm overwhelmed. I am anxious sometimes. Like today, I was like stressing a little bit, but it's a different kind of stress. So as I say, the pilot is going to be 350. So if you want to book, you can, at the end, is going to be the action. And these are objections. It's easy to say than done. But no, with accountability and someone that is by your side, you are going to be able to do it. So sometimes people say, I've taken many courses, and me as well, guilty of that, and I'm not finishing. But because I'm going to be by your side, you are going to finish. It's implementation, and it's hands-on. So can you put a price on your wealth and health? No. It is priceless. You are going to be happy, not burned out, and stressed to the point that motivates you. That good stress that keep you moving, that keep the momentum. And you're going to have, so you know what? This doesn't need my attention anymore. You are going to differentiate where you put your mind. What is most important? Are you going to live in regret and guilt? Nope. So I invite you not to be the deflated balloon or the broken one. I invite you to be the shiny star balloon that is up high. And when it's losing the air, because we all are going to lose that air inside us, you can top it up. So you are all the time in there. Not high, because we are not all the time, ooh. We sometimes are low, and we need those time to reflect what is coming up in the future. So I invite you to be a star balloon, a golden, shiny star balloon. So these are the ways to work with me. You can download the free checklist. Or if you are not sure about the program, I invite you to have a call and see how we can work together. And if you book today for the 350 course and you make a deposit of £50, you are there. You have taken the first step to your new life, because it is about time. Thank you.
Let's hear it again for Claudia Romero. I want to, very quickly, I want to go back to a slide which really hit me. And I think this is really important, right? So anyone watching on the stream, anyone in the room, this is typical of most people. And I think this needs to be taught in schools. Because if we think how much younger generation are spending on screen time, social media, I think it's probably higher for younger people.
That is an adult.
That's an adult. So younger people a lot more.
Yeah.
which it can explain a lot of the increased anxiety and stress and pressure the younger generations have feel, which is why we're seeing a rise in all kinds of stress-related illnesses and outcomes and outbursts. So I think if you take nothing away from all the amazing value that Claudia shared today, number one, you've got to work with this woman. Number two, you've got to hire this woman because she needs to be in schools, she needs to be at corporates, because people aren't aware of how much of their life is being guzzled away by this endless, what's it called, rabbit hole that people go down called social media. Now, of course, it's got its benefit. I'm not anti-social media. But if people are only spending 5 hours a week, is it, on personal care, that is really concerning. That really got to me, right? And I think the more we hear from people like Claudia or Claudia, the better. So please make sure that everybody works on increasing that number, taking that up, and everything else down. I don't know why anyone would want to watch the news, period, for more than 5 minutes a day, if that. Because you know what? It'll be the same in the evening. Yep. It'll probably be the same next day, layered with something else that you can't control. But what we can control is how we show up, how we manage ourselves, how we react. That's the one thing we're always in control of. And with the work of Claudia, you can do that in excellence. So let's hear one more time for Claudia. So another break. Very quick break. All right, we'll be back at 11:15. Please tune in after this commercial break. Right, so breakthrough to success in challenging times. And so far, we've had incredible speakers. And now I'm looking forward to welcoming another incredible speaker. Now, how do you go from woo, a bit woo, to wow? How do you do that? How do you live life a little bit more rad? What does that even mean? We're about to find out, huh? Are you ready for the next speaker? Yes. Are you sure about it? Are you ready for the next speaker? Yes. So let's welcome Keith onto the stage.
Hello! Everyone glad to be here? Yes! I'm so glad you're here in the room. I'm so glad you're watching on your screen. How lovely to see you all here. How lovely for you to see me here. I want to tell you a little story about the day I got my dream job. I cannot tell you how excited I was to get my dream job. I was made head of communications for a multi-billion-dollar global business unit in a leading technology company. And it was more than I'd ever dreamed I would achieve in my working life. And I had all the trappings of the young executive. We'd got the house, the cars, the holidays, season passes at world-class ski resorts located in northern Colorado. And I can remember clearly after we'd moved in and out on the back lawn, we had an acre, a creek, views of the mountains. And the kids were just playing on the lawn. And it was a very still day, September 1999. The aspen were turning yellow. It was going very autumnal. Sunny day. The sky in Colorado is a shade of blue like you don't see anywhere else in the world. We're already a mile above sea level on the plains, and we're up in the foothills. And there was more than 300 sunny days a year. Beautiful environment to be in. But a very still day. And I was just thinking, wow, I've done everything I set out to do in life, in my working life. I'm not even halfway through it. What else is there? And I didn't think anything of it at the time, but at that moment, there was a little breath of breeze which just touched my face. Anyway, that evening, that night, I fell into a very, very deep sleep. It was one of the most sound sleeps I'd ever had until just somewhere in the deepest, darkest hour, I became aware. It's like, is this? Ah! Do you know that expression? Jump out of your skin. I know what that's like. So did my poor wife, who was lying next to me at the time, and possibly half the neighborhood, and now some of you, and maybe some of you too. And I don't want to change anyone's worldview. I'm not evangelizing anything. You believe what you want to believe. But for me, what I saw standing looking right at me was the ghost of my dead grandmother. She'd been gone 15 years at that point. And whether you think it's real or just in the mind, doesn't matter. What matters is that I took it as a sign, and it set me on a journey of discovery and self-discovery that's enabled me to make massive positive change in my life and help many other people around the world do the same. I had to know. This was the first of a whole sequence of extraordinary experiences that I had around the turn of the millennium. One of them was some old fella put his hands around my knee. There was a lot of heat, a lot of tingling, and a rugby injury that I'd carried for 20 years was gone. They had said, there's nothing we can do about it, it'll just get more arthritic as you get older. It's as good today as it ever was, perfectly good knee. A shame the other one doesn't keep up with it, but it's, but it's a great knee. And there was too many to go into, so many things. I have to know. I read books, I watched videos, I went to conferences, I went to workshops and talks, I sought out more better informed people. It wasn't like I was learning anything, it was all like a reminder. So I know this already somehow inside of me. The problem was, fascinating as all this stuff was, it was very time consuming. I had a demanding job to hold down. I had family commitments. I couldn't find a way to fit it all in. I had to basically make a choice. And what I decided to do was follow the money. I've got a lifestyle to maintain. And money's very important in our world. We need it to thrive, even survive. And so I put all this stuff aside after a while, even though it was possibly much more fascinating. The idea of shifting boxes full of microchips became less and less interesting to me. So, but nonetheless, it paid the bills. And that was fine until one day I was just sitting at my desk and it felt like someone had laid a slab of concrete on my chest. It was crushing me, even though I was sitting up. It was absolutely crushing me. And you know what goes through your head? My first thought is, oh my God, I'm having a heart attack. What shall I do? I know, I'm a healer. By this time, I'd already got second level Reiki attunements on my journey of discovery. I put my hands there and it just went away. And I thought, oh, now I don't know what to do. Shall I call an ambulance? Do I just leave it? So I called the doctor. They arranged for me an emergency electrocardiograph. I went to the clinic. They shaved my chest. They put all these little electrodes all over me. They took blood samples. They put me on a treadmill. And I'm running away on this treadmill. And then they incline it. So I'm running uphill on the treadmill, panting away, starting to sweat, standing there in my shorts. And finally, the test was over, and they let me in to see the consultant. So I go into the consultant's room, and he's got this ticker tape, and he's looking at this ticker tape, and he's on it, all my little heartbeats, all kinds of diagnostic information that these machines had taken out of me while I was running uphill on a treadmill. And he said, I can't see anything wrong with your heart. It's fine. In fact, for your age, it's in pretty good shape. And so I had to ponder this. And I did some more inner work. And what I concluded is that this is a part of me. This is who I am. And to deny ourselves causes dissatisfaction. And the more we deny ourselves, the more we get the call to embrace who we truly are. And that was, for me, another wake-up call. So there I am on my regular 2-weekly commute, Denver back to Intergalactic headquarters in California. Looking out of the window, normally I'm sitting there thinking about my presentation, anticipating questions, how am I going to answer that, how can I get my budget increased, all this sort of stuff. And this time I'm looking out the window and I'm thinking, how can I get that and this together? Is there a way? Are they mutually exclusive? And it wasn't long before I had the opportunity to find the answer, because they told us on that day they're merging our group with another group to create a super group. Problem is, we don't need 2 sets of headquarter staff. So myself and my peer from the other business group were competing for one job. He's been there longer than me, he's more experienced at that level than me, got a stronger network than me, especially in California where the decisions are made. And I was thinking to myself, if I was doing the hiring, I'd hire him. I thought, there's nothing much else for me in Colorado, it's upheaval, I'm going to have to move back to, maybe to California or back to the UK. I thought, maybe there's a way. I mean, if all of this stuff, if I truly believe that our physical world reality is a reflection of my inner consciousness, I should be able to do something about it. So I do remember a ritual from one of the books I read, and I got this book out, and there's a multitude of books I've been reading. And so I waited till everyone had gone to bed, late at night, and I was standing there doing this ritual, invoking the energy of the Archangel Uriel, who is the Archangel of Commerce. Would you believe there was such a thing, an Archangel of Commerce, amongst other things? I don't know if someone gave them that label or they came with it and gave it to her. But I just thought, what have I got to lose? You know, I felt more silly doing that with nobody watching than I do telling you about it now. But I've come a long way since then. Funnily enough, the next day I get a voicemail. We had a voice messaging system at work from my Veep telling me that he was going to announce today that I'll be the one getting the job. And indeed that email went out. And I thought to myself, surely that decision was made before I did that. Is there really a multiverse? Can we really move our consciousness into the reality that we choose because all potentials exist simultaneously? Is that what really happened? Or was that just a coincidence? If I'd not done that, would it have still happened? I have to know. I don't want to believe. I want to know. And so, how do you test it? Well, what you do is you get a hypothesis, you design an experiment, you run the experiment, you repeat the experiment. If you get repeatable results, it's proven. And so I started testing all the different techniques, manifesting techniques, consciousness raising, vibration raising. And I did amass a slew of qualifications. I was studying hypnotherapy and NLP and doing shamanic initiations, all kinds of stuff. And I found what worked. And I thought, I started applying it in my working life and got absolutely stellar results. I was working in communications. We got the first cover. I got a front page of the Wall Street Journal, the Holy Grail for business-to-business communications in the United States, on open source Unix. Even I find that boring. And the main column inside the tech section. We got the first coverage in The Economist in 10 years because the tech ed came from a competitor and didn't like us apparently. We got that. I started putting my hand up for things that needed fixing that nobody wanted to do. I went into the mid-market. We were really getting our butts kicked there. And 100% an increase in press coverage in the first year and 200% on top of that in the second year. I was getting more results with less effort because I was using scientific, metaphysical, and spiritual teachings together. I was taking the action on the physical plane, but I was using my consciousness to, in my view, create the reality I wanted. Could be. It would have happened anyway. I don't know. The fact is, it just works. So the next step was moving back to the UK, bringing the family back before the kids got to a stage where it would be too late educationally. And also, you know, we'd never intended to be abroad indefinitely, although it was for 13 years in different countries. I felt like I was on vacation the whole time. And I thought, well, I've been using it to help get business results. Maybe I can use it for myself. And I thought, I need to get out of the rat race. How do I do that? And then when you're in this flow, synchronicity, the serendipity just happens like this. I got an invitation to a networking group. I got mailed by one of the top members of it. I signed up. I bought their book on how to buy property below market value, refurbish it, refinance it. And before I knew it, not before I knew it, but it took a couple of years, but after a couple of years, I got a property portfolio which matched my income. Not only that, they brought in an early retirement package. They brought the age right the way down. I could just qualify for it, and I applied for it. The truth is, I applied twice. The first time I was turned down. So then I had to recruit my successor. And then the next time it came round, the board said I could go. And I said, I said, she's doing all the work anyway. I mean, which was great. So I replaced my income and I got a nice payout, got some more houses, and I get paid every day whether I get out of bed or not. But what I found was, I mean, I could just spend all day on the golf course. But I mean, I don't play golf, but that isn't the point. I mean, I find I'm much happier when I have purpose in my life. And one of the things I'd done, starting with the Reiki and learning all the different therapies and stuff, was helping people make positive change in their lives, as I'd done with mine. And what I really wanted to do was make a contribution in this world. And I found that what it comes down to is self-empowerment. I notice how easily, as human beings, we are programmable. We are programmed by teachers, parents, peers, schools, media, social media. So many sources of programming, television. We just absorb it without really thinking about it. And we allow it to change our consciousness, which in turn changes our experience of the physical world, in my view. And I saw a huge need for this. How am I getting up every morning, bright and breezy, happy, looking forward to the day, when most of the people I know are like, oh my God, another day, you know. It's like, you can be like this. It doesn't have to be like that. And one of the skills I developed in the tech industry was to take complex technical information and boil it down into something concise and compelling and easy to understand. And I thought, I can take all this esoteric knowledge, all this metaphysical study I've done, and I can do that. What does it really boil down to? And what it boils down to is, I've summarized it in a program I called Be More Rad. And as a subhead, I get you from woe to wow in record time. I blend the scientific, metaphysical, and spiritual teachings. I do it in such a way that we release the negative programming, the negative emotions, the unconscious limiting beliefs. Limiting beliefs are like weeds, you know, you have to get the root out. If you just snip the leaves off or the stem, they come back. You've got to get to the root cause, be it past life, inherited, or this life programming. The toxic attachments to people and things, stagnant energies, negative self-talk, stuff that no longer serves us, has to be got out. And once you've done that, you can move into being aligned. You can do your releasing and your aligning. We need to be aligned at all levels of being: physical, mental, emotional, and energetic. Or, if you like, spiritual. Our bodies need to be in alignment, because when one is out of alignment, it has a knock-on effect on the others. This is why when we harbor negative emotions, we get physical ailments. This is why when I'm denying my true self, I'm having crushing chest. But when we are aligned, when we know our true purpose, purpose, folks, isn't about what you do. It's about who you're being while you're doing what you choose to do. That said, there are clues. If it's sucking the life out of you, it's possible it's not in alignment with who you truly are. But if it's bringing you joy, fulfillment, and helping you reach your full potential, then maybe it is in alignment. And there are ways and ways of finding that out and discovering your true purpose and being in alignment with your soul being. And once you've done that, this is where the magic really happens. Then you can use techniques to get down into your huge, deep creative faculty that most people only use a small fraction of. You can tap that massive intuition, be it within yourself or from outside of yourself, it's all the same. And it doesn't really matter if you think it's coming from somewhere else or coming from within. The point is, it just works. And the techniques for boosting the intuition to make intuitive decisions, empowered decision making, boost the creativity, live a life of grace and ease, get more with less effort and be all you can be, and enjoy what you can. Our natural state is a state of bliss. It's not a state of stress. Who thinks they have too much stress in their life? Has everyone here experienced stress at some point? Yeah. You get a little stress? Yeah. Would you like a way to just get rid of that stress in less than 5 minutes?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I have no QR code yet. I have no slick technological means, but if you go to my webpage, woodlandwellness.co.uk, a little box on there says instant stress relief. It's a 5-minute audio I created. You can remove that frazzle anytime. I don't do it when you're, not anytime, you don't do it when you're driving or anything like that. It's a guided meditation, a visualization to set you up for a really calm day. If this sounds like it may be of interest, would it be okay if I tell you how we might continue working together should it appeal to you? Yes. Okay, so as of today, I have, can I just say before I go on, I'll tell you what I've remembered is, I just want to tell you about my client, Dean, because this is a recent email I had, and I wanted to share it with you because it's things like this that get me out of bed in the morning. And I loved working with Dean because he saw the value of investing in himself, and also the potential for transformation is huge. And these are the kind of cases that really excite me. And he was an arch skeptic. I mean, I know you may think, it all sounds a bit woo-woo. Is it real? The fact is, are there real unseen forces that we're harnessing? Angelic forces, magic? Or is it just a way to get into our own untapped inner resources? Do you want to know the answer to that? Shall I give you the answer? I'll tell you right now. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what you think. It just works. And I've got my own stories about it, and so many from clients that I've, over the last 20 years that I've worked with, on the side when I was still at the day job, and since. Dean wrote, "I may as well have had the word victim tattooed on my forehead. I was at rock bottom. After a breakup with my girlfriend, my self-esteem and confidence had dropped dramatically. I had anxiety, overwhelm, and had been falling behind in life. Now I have a new sense of self-belief, enthusiasm, and energy for life again. I've stopped lazing around, binge eating on junk food. Instead, I'm back at the gym, eating healthily, and feeling fitter and confident." So far, so good. Doesn't stop there. I've started my own network marketing franchise and networking group with people who want to create joy-filled lives with plenty of freedom. One of the most important and valuable outcomes was getting clear on what it is I wanted and creating my life's purpose. I'm starting an online project that's all about transformation, bringing balance into people's daily lives with meditation, yoga, personal training, and life coaching. I'm very excited about the opportunity to create this. It's been a very transformative experience, and I just love to express my gratitude and appreciation to you, Keith, as to me, for this amazing program. Dean, you're very, very welcome, and it is my joy to do this. It's things like this that get me out of bed in the morning, keep me off the golf course. I don't play golf, but you know what I mean, right? So, and I wouldn't do it if I didn't like it. If this was causing me like, oh God, I've got another bloody client today. Yes, I wouldn't do it. The fact that it fills me, it grows me. I can feel my energy. I feel like floating when I'm getting the results with the client. That tells me this is who I am. Can you see the goosebumps all over me? This is who I am. I'm just being me. I came here to be this. And by doing this work, I've been able to find my joy, do what I love what I do, and make a living at the same time. And you can do it too. You can do it too. How I do it is this. The program is called Be More Rad, and it's in 2 forms. The first form is a group program. It's a Zoom meeting once a week for 6 weeks. I've condensed it to 6 weeks. I can't get it any shorter, guys. Some people can get a complete transformation in 5 minutes. It's rare, but it's been done. By going through the 6-week program, I can be very confident you'll get what you want. We do all the releasing, emotions, beliefs. Everybody will get a one-on-one with me, where I will go in and find the massive block that is stopping you from doing, having what you want, and just blow it out of the water. We will have a workbook for every session. There will be work to do. You've got to do the work. I can't do it for you. If you don't do the work, you won't get the result. It's as simple as that. But it's not massively time consuming. It's very easy to build into your day. Things like a 5-minute breath work exercise. We can all find 5 minutes, even if we have to get up 5 minutes earlier. And we go through that whole process of releasing, aligning, and discovering, and have some fantastic techniques for bringing more joy and fulfillment into our lives and being all we can be, achieving our full potential. The second program is working one-to-one with me. I don't have a lot of capacity for that. I don't have many spaces. I got myself out of the rat race. I'm in no hurry to get back into it, but I do make time 3 days a week to fit in one-to-one clients for those people who want to go super, super deep, get right down into those past life programming. The thing with past lives is this. Are they real? In which case we have to take them seriously? Or is it just the way the unconscious mind presents information for the purpose of healing? In which case we have to take them seriously. So if I relax someone down and ask them where the root cause is and they say it was past life and it was 3 lifetimes ago, I take that seriously, and that's where we release it from. And that just works. And so it is bespoke, tailored to specific needs, and for those who need the greatest transformation, they can go one-on-one. And normally, my group program, I am selling that for £800. But what I'm doing for you today, and for you, if you're watching this, you can get it for 500. And normally my one-to-one is 1,800, and I do what it takes. I don't count the hours or the sessions. I do what it takes. You can get it now for 1,200. If you're in the room, come and see me in the break or afterwards. Let's just have a conversation. If it's just the money that you're concerned about, let's not worry about the money. We can come to arrangement. We've got payment plans, whatever it takes to get you what you need. If you're watching it later, On my website, there's a contact page. Just contact me. Just say, hey Keith, I'd like to have a chat. Worst case scenario, we have a nice conversation for 30 minutes, go our separate ways with no obligation. Best case scenario, this can change your life forever. So I'll just leave you with that thought. Before I go, I know I've got a few minutes left. I'd just like to share a story of how this works and how it shows up in real life. And it is an exact current story. So, as some of you may know, I played the bass guitar, I've played in a punk band, I've played in a rock band, I've played in a blues band, and this year I've been playing in an acoustic trio, something very different. I like to try different things. Really nice. Unfortunately, in July, our piano player died. Suddenly, just like that, fluffed out with a heart attack. So it dissolved. And after a while, I'm like, okay, I'm missing it. I want to get back into it. I need to find another band to play in, because playing with other musicians and doing the gigs is where the joy is in it. And there was a group I came across a couple of years ago. I really liked them. I've been following them for a while. And I thought, what a shame they've already got a bass player, because I'd love to play with these guys, because they call themselves a mystical rock band. And yeah, I mean, and it's all original music, so you can make your own bass lines up. You haven't got to copy someone else and all that stuff. And lo and behold, I look on Musicians and Venues of Stoke-on-Trent, and they're advertising for a bass player. Ah, I know. So I contacted them on the Friday. He said, can you come next Friday to our practice session in the studio and come and try out for us? And I said, okay, what am I going to play? And so he sent me some song sheets and some very rough recordings made on a phone of 6 songs, which I got on Monday. And he couldn't send me on Friday, and I had the weekend to work on it. He sent me on Monday. So on Friday, I went in, did the best job I could in the time I'd had to sort of listen to it and work on it. Fortunately, very simple song structures, so quite easy to kind of fit in with. And the chemistry was great. We had a fabulous time. We had a lot of laughs. They liked what I did. I liked what I was doing. And they say, okay, do you want to join us right there and then? I said, yes, okay. And they said, well, we've got another rehearsal in 2 weeks' time, and then we're going into the studio to record an EP. And these songs are on the EP. So I know. So I've got one rehearsal next week on Friday, and then the Friday after, I'm being recorded on an EP. I know. But this is how it works. When you just have that flow in your life. How many minutes left, folks? 10 left still? 7? I'd like to tell you another story before I go. This is another one of my clients, Deborah. And I have clients all over the world, from Singapore to Seattle. And I mean the long way around, not across the water. I mean proper, all the continents. And I think my furthest away was Perth in Australia. And she's from Seattle. And she had a property portfolio, nice house, cars, but everything financed. And then the crash came, 07, 08, subprime, blah, 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 bang, wiped her out, lost everything, banks foreclosed, called in the loans. She was being evicted. She was looking to have to go move in with relatives to have a roof over her head. She was selling broken jewelry for cash to buy food. And that is as low as you can get for someone who'd basically been sailing along for quite a few years. So she'd got bankruptcy, no credit worthiness, but her dream was to build a home on the coast in Washington State. And she had no idea how she was going to do that. And I thought to myself, I don't either. It's not even possible. But if I truly believe that our physical world experience is a reflection of our inner consciousness, and that our beliefs, even the ones we don't even know we have, are making a huge contribution to that, all I have to do is get her to believe that it's possible. All I have to do is to believe it's possible for me to get her to believe it. That made absolute sense to me. Does that make sense to you? I don't. Yeah. And she did it. She got a piece of land. She built a house right by the coast in a little town, seaside town in Washington State, which was absolutely fabulous. And then she contacts me a year later after the next winter, and she says, Keith, we've got a problem. What is it? She says, my house keeps flooding. We have a creek, and it floods whenever it rains, when it rains hard, which does a lot in the northwest United States. And so I thought to this, and this is what happens when you really, I can feel it already now, just remembering it. I didn't know how to resolve that, but I knew that there has to be a way, because there's a solution to every problem, because the universe is always in perfect balance. Because if there wasn't a solution, it would be out of balance, it would completely implode, and we'd all cease to exist. So the very fact that we're still here tells us there is a solution to this problem. Of course, we have to find it. So I thought, okay, how can I help with this? And what came straight to mind was this. Talk to the water. Ask the water what it needs. And she said, well, how do I do that? So I thought, I don't know, let's practice talking to the water. And how can we communicate with the water? How can we make that connection with the water? Does the water have its own mind, a consciousness, a spirit, or not? Does it matter? Anyway, she spoke to the water. She resolved the problem. I still don't know how, whether they used an attenuation tank or diverted it or what. But ask the water how you can live in harmony together without flooding your home. And the question is this: did the water speak to her and tell her the answer? Or was the very act of just talking to the water a way of accessing her own creativeness and problem-solving capacity that she's not normally tapped into? Do you want to know the answer to that? You know what the answer is, don't you? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the water said, hey, do this and I won't flood you anymore. Or she says, oh yeah, I've just had an idea. It doesn't matter. The fact is, it just works. So I invite you to have the conversation. Let's talk. Find me here. And one day I'll have a QR code. Or not. I mean, so far I haven't needed one. It doesn't matter. So thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And I do look forward to hearing from you soon.
Bravo, bravo, bravo. We still have got 2 minutes before we work on the introduction for the next speaker. Is it okay if we ask the audience what their main takeaways were? One thing they've taken away. What do you say? Yeah, we've got a volunteer here. What's the one thing you've taken away? How are you, lovely? I love the yellow you're wearing today.
Thank you very much.
What have you taken away?
I think we have to trust that there is a bigger power than us, and we have to ask for that help. And when we ask for that help in trust, we'll get the right result for us.
I love that.
Fantastic, well said.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Anyone else?
Very profound.
You know, one of the main things, anyone else? The takeaway is just the importance of having conversations, just whatever, whether it's a human being or it's water or whatever that might be. People, here is Keith. Reach out, get in touch, and I hope you're enjoying today. Leave us a message.
And be more rad.
Be more rad. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Be more rad. Thank you very much, Keith.
Good.
It's always a pleasure. I did get the goosebumps, which is a fantastic feeling. Don't you just kind of that internal connection that we experience with, our environment, our inner self, all of the above. And be open, because, the more open you are to even things like this that you may think are woo-woo, as Keith said, they work. They work, so be open. I think that's key. There are major forces that we don't even understand, but why not believe there can be something else instead of the opposite? Oh no, this is it. We're going to go into the hamster wheel again, the rat race. Who have we got next? Before I answer, because I know. So I'm actually going to answer that question. No, thank you very much in the audience in the back as well. How are you finding it so far, people? How is your energy? Yeah, the MC, I'm receiving complaints about the MC. We're going to get rid of him. I'm speaking about the other guy. And, well, we still have got 5 minutes. But the next speaker, no. Okay, so we got the 5-minute break. All right. Well, so we're coming back. Okay, then that's it, people. We're taking a break. I really wanted to introduce her. I'm so excited, but we're going to wait. Get a coffee, get a drink, 5 minutes. See you back in here because she's going to blow your mind away just like all of the other speakers. So see you in 5. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye for now. You know what just happened? I just got the thumb up from the cameraman. That means we are live again. Whoa, it is. Hold on a second. This is my moment. I mean, I'll let you know when I want some of that energy. Actually, I would like it now. Would that be all right? Come on, give it another round. Whoa, whoa, hey, ho, yo. Are we gonna wrap? Okay. It is Friday today. Just in case people watching, I don't know where you are in the world. You could be in Australia potentially. It could be now tomorrow. How are you finding this? Are you engaging with the speakers? I'm speaking to the camera as well, but to you here in the audience. The next person, and you may say, Jose, you've said this from the previous speakers as well. But the thing is, they are all very special. They're all powerhouses. They're all specialists in their own field. And I get excited. Like very excited. I do. And I hate it when I need to pull out my phone because there are certain things I don't want to miss from this introduction. So bear with me, or not. As I said to her, I'm going to say whatever I want to introduce you because you deserve it. But this is the best part out of her bio. She is a Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 4 cancer survivor. So she made it. She is here with us today. She's going to speak about her story and everything that she does to help people overcome their challenges. She's a health healing expert. And her joy is seeing you all free and healthy. It is a personal honor to introduce her to the stage. Selina Cheshire, take it away. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh, give me. Oh, yeah. Come on, give me the tapping again. That's it. I need tap.
Welcome, everybody. What a joy just to have a group of people, like-minded people, in the same space. I'm so happy that you could make this time happen, especially for me, because my passion is to share my story, is to share life with those people who really want to change their lives. My name is Selina Cheshire. I'm an author of 2 books, My Pain, My Teacher, and Free Your Body, Free Your Mind. I also wrote a 3rd book with a bunch of 35 other ladies. And my sister, I've got a few copies if you want to have a look. I'm also a wellness coach. Why did I become a wellness coach? That's a story to be told. I'm a Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 4 cancer survivor, as our MC said. And I'm so grateful that I'm here. I am an expert speaker. I love telling stories, sharing life with people. And today, I'm going to share a few things which can help you in your life if you really put some work in it. I mean, as some people were saying, amazing speakers which spoke before me, amazing. If you put work into it, it works. I know this shit works because I'm here because of it. Positive thoughts are not enough. There have to be positive feelings and positive actions. That's by Kamari Aka Lirikai. What do we, the world of positivity is just so full. Everybody talks about, the world, just positive, just be positive. You are sick, oh, just be positive. I don't have money, positive, be positive. Does positive help you? If you don't take action, it doesn't. It's like when John Lennon says, everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, that's not the end. That's what Keith was saying, don't worry. it will be the way it's supposed to be. You know, it's just something which, like, sometimes we think so big about being positive. We think so hard, and yet there's no need. We have to take action. We have to just think about things, you know, not to worry about a lot of stuff, not to stress a lot. Because at the moment, as somebody says, I think it was other speaker who says, stress is a killer. Stress is killing people. Stress is derailing people. It's drawing people back because we don't know how to take care of ourselves. We don't give ourselves permission to be who we are. People die from stress. People are suffering from stress. And people lived just in compromised lives because of stress. So today I'm just going to give you some strategies of how to live, you know, in a world of health and wellness. My topic is about health and wellness. Your health is your wealth. Do you agree with me? Yeah. You might have 1,000 million pounds or dollars. If your health is a mess, would you enjoy it? I know my president, my previous president in my country, he had millions and millions. And he tried to buy health, but it didn't help him. Let me share a little story about two women. I'll just choose to call it Caroline and Pam. You know, these ladies, I mean, they are quite young in my story. That one, Pam is 39, and she has two kids, one 8, one 12, and she's really happy in her job. She's, she works in a firm, administrative work, and is excited. She's married, happily married, but she is 25 pounds overweight. And now, Caroline, she's also, she's 38, and she's happily married, 11 and 7 are the kids. She has a job as a counselor, in a school. And she's also over 25 pounds overweight. So they said, okay, this is too much. What can we do? Spoke about it. Somebody had heard, saying, oh, diet works. Maybe we can try diet. So they decided to go diet. Pam says, oh, no, I just don't like dieting. I've tried so many times and diet doesn't work for me. Really, what for? I don't like changing meals and what, I'm not excited. And what does Caroline say? I'm getting excited. I really would love to slim for my man. I really need for my kids to have that energy. And this coming summer, I want to wear my bikini. So I really am looking forward to eating good food. Of the two, who do you think is going to be successful?
Caroline.
Good. Caroline, oh no, switched it off. Of course, Caroline is going to do that. Let's just be willing to go all out and commit to work. The experience we are just above predicted, it's just like want us to dance together. Are we willing to be involved in it together? Are you excited about it? Are you going to be with me as I walk the walk with you? Thank you. I'll ask you to step outside your comfort zone. And I'll ask you to answer some questions, introspective questions. So I'm only doing this because I care, because that's my passion, because that's why I'm here. That's what I love doing. What is your dream number one at this present moment? What do you dream to be? What are you dreaming to be? Keith?
Self-empowerment expert. I want everyone in the world to be fully self-empowered.
That's brilliant. There's a proverb I really love, which says, when you are healthy, or when you have your health, you have 1,000 dreams. And when you don't, you have one dream.
To be healthy.
Yes. You've got one dream in life. If you are healthy, you've got 1,000 dreams. You can be anything you want to be. But if your health is miserable, you can't go out, you're sleeping in the bed, what else can you think about? Get healthy, that's all. You can't think of going on a run. You can't think of doing anything. You are just limited. My goal for you today is just to be able to dream big, is to dream bold, and to dream without any limitations. And we really need to work on that. Thomas Leonard says, clarity affords focus. Let's say I know I came from Birmingham yesterday. If I didn't have the Thompson, I wouldn't have gotten to Crystal Palace, to my sister's house. Though it took me around, but I was so confident, I was so focused that I would get there anyway. I knew the road along the M25. I didn't follow. I followed this bloody thing. Because I'd planned my journey. I said, if I put my address on the thing, I'll get there. It's just the same with life. We put our goals. We want to be something. I want my health to be. But do we really think like that? I want to be a millionaire. Why do you want to be a millionaire? I want to be healthy because I want to be sexy, because I want to wear my brief. I want, just people to think, okay, look at her. It's just something. But then sometimes we don't get to those things because of the stories we tell ourselves. What story are you telling yourself? If you are in your house, in your bed, whatever, or in a tub, or we're having a shower, we tell ourselves a lot of story. Like I used to have a story. About 2014, I was lying in hospital. I had cancer. I had been told that I had Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 4. I didn't have a clue of how I was going to get out of it. Chemotherapy was killing me. I had wounds on my mouth, on my throat, in my chest, and I couldn't even swallow my own saliva. And what story do you think I told myself? Death. I thought I was going to die. Nothing was going to work for me. The doctors would come. One doctor ended up saying, oh, we just thought you were another story. A nurse came and said, oh, she was doing an understudy of me because she was doing her degree on oncology. Friday came, I couldn't swallow any saliva, I couldn't drink any water. They were going, it was Friday. They were going away. Nobody gave me a drip, nothing. And they left. I went inside myself and said, Selina, if you are not going to take this into your own hands, you're going to die. My sister had told me from Zim, she had texted me or phoned me, I can't remember, and said, take okra, put it in hot water, wash it, cut it, and put it in hot water. Just drink that. Because it's just like slimy. It just went in. And I did that. I did water, I did Ribena. The whole weekend, it was 24 hours for me drinking that. Come Monday, they looked at me. They saw a change. This nurse came to me and said, oh, what happened? I said, what are you talking about? Oh, we thought you were going to die. I remembered you when I was home, that we didn't give you any drip, nothing. And I said, really? So why are you asking? Why are you concerned now? He says, because, I'm doing an understudy, about oncology, so I said, without my permission. Yes, I know I was dying. I know I was wearing pads. I know I couldn't do anything for myself. But imagine being told that. And what did I do? I just said, okay, it's fine. But at least I guarantee you, if I didn't change that story, I wasn't going to to change the story. And now I've got, I've got a drive. Why I'm going to share with you, why I love sharing, awakening people up, is I know you have got power. I know you can do it. I know you can heal yourself if you decide to. It doesn't mean that you have to get medication or what, but the power within is so powerful. You have it. Yours, and you have it in you. You can be slim or fat if you want. It's in your mind. So this happened, and so it's like, okay. It's the most powerful thing is your why. Some people say, okay, why am I doing this? Why do I have to live? I had my kids. I brought my kids, 2 kids in England, and they didn't have anybody but me. So lying there and accepting death was not, something which I would have loved to do. And I know all of us, we have reasons of wanting to do something. Some people want to be a millionaire because they will change, other people's lives. They will change, they will help the needy. They will give to charity. They will build schools in Africa, Asia, or anywhere, because that's what they are meant to do. That's the drive. That's what they want to do. So if you have millions, what will you do with it? If you're healthy, sometimes I lie in bed and think, I'm healthy. Why can't I go out in the park and walk? And that makes me want to go, even if it's raining. I wake up and go. The limitations we need in our stories, we need to replace them with good words. What words are you telling, rephrasing? What are you telling? What story are you telling yourself every day? Change those words for the best. Because life, it needs us to change. It's quite a long quote from Benjamin Franklin. Excuse me, I'm going to read it. I rise early almost every morning and sit in my chamber without any clothes, whatever, half an hour or an hour, according to the season, either reading or writing. This practice is not it's like not the least painful, but on the contrary, agreeable. And in turn, and if I return to bed afterwards, before I dress myself, as sometimes happens, I make a supplement in my sleeps. I really sleep maybe 2 hours, most pleasing sleep that can be imagined. So he wakes up naked, and he wants to sit in his bedchamber, write, free, no attachments. You need to create a routine for you as well, a ritual for you to do something about your life. I've got a few things which I want to share with you which can help you. It's meditation. 10 minutes meditation per day can change the whole course of your day. 10 minutes can change that. Then writing, like what Franklin says, he just writes. Every day he writes something, 10 minutes. Not a lot, but 10 minutes. Then play. That's my favorite. I love play, child play, because the child in me is always saying, come on, let's go, come on, let's jump. And I've got my little granddaughter, and she'll say, come on, Granny, come on. It's like, it's exciting because she awakens the child which is in me. And everybody has got that. If you deny yourself that, you're not being fair to yourself. If you don't want to do it for you, do it for me, please. I need you. Then reading for 10 minutes. It's either in the morning or in the evening. That can help you. Then you can find books. You can ask people. As long as those books are going to help you move your thoughts, change the words you use on yourself, that will be very helpful. And now the obvious. What do I mean by this obvious? Eating. Are you eating the right foods? Walking. It's necessary to walk. Movement. What are you doing just to move, not to stay in the house? That's not healthy. You can't earn money while this. Okay, I know these days we do. Sorry, I know, Claudia, you do business in the house. I do. I work from my own laptop but still, I have to move. Put on some music, dance. I remember the other day I was in the Sunday school with my granddaughter, my two granddaughters, and after doing the Lord's Prayer, I thought, what do I do with them? They're getting bored. Went online, got children's music, and we started dancing. And it was so freeing. And each one of us was coming in the circle and dancing. I was just like them. But it helped me. My mental health, there also, it's so easy to get excited about life. But sometimes we forget that. That's it. And then mantras. That you have new story. Now that you've got a new story in your life, write a mantra. I want to live and change the world, change the way people think about themselves, about their health, about their life. That's my mantra. I'm here to help people who think they can't move to move. And some chiropractic. Your central nervous system is the master controller of the entire body. Go and get it done. There are so many gifted people who can help you do that. My Bible, Proverbs 29 verse 18 says, people perish because they have no vision. They don't have any clue about where they're going. So it is now time for us, or for you, as someone who is already, living their ultimate desired life. Let's visualize. I want you just to take a minute or 30 seconds for us, all of us, close your eyes for me, and visualize 6 months from now, 1 year from now. Close and just let your mind drift with you. Visualize that kind of life you envision. Just for you. Just visualize. What are you wanting? What does it feel like? What will you be doing? What are you doing? What does this mean for your family? What does this mean for your friends? What does this mean for your health, your finances, your relationships? What does this mean for you? How is it? Now you can open your eyes. How do you feel? Did you see anywhere? Did you go away from me and see into the future? And that's what I help my clients doing. We need to visualize. And now it's just to assemble a powerhouse. Michael Jordan says, talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence wins championships. If I think I'm going to go it on my own, do you think I will win? I've tried, guys. I tell you, I've tried so many times to do it on my own. And that, the old story will say, oh, Selina, you can't do the IT, you're not good at that, you're not good. So what do I end up doing? Not doing nothing. You end up not doing anything. Because that story, that old story, will always be following you. But if you've got a power team, you've got people who surround you, who can say, yes, we can do it. Let's do this together. Let's do it for the community. Let's do it for humanity. This power pack will help you. It will take you to the next level. I tell you, you will be, feeling so, I'm going to talk to you about having that to just manage my time. Because it will be a power, a team member, team player in my team. So we need that. So I am here to help those who want to move forward. I've got a program which I call, it's a 3-month program. And I call it Your health is your wellness. Living in the present moment. In 10 sessions, which will be presented online, we will walk through the things I've been talking about. We'll dig deeper. We can do it as a group, that's fine. I've got a Facebook group. We can do it on WhatsApp. We can do it on through emails, through calls, whatever you want. I'm here. If you want to do solo, still, there is space for that. My group coaching at the moment is 1,999. But for today only, it's 999. For those who really want to change their lives, it's really good for you to change your life. And for those who want to do a solo thing, normally is 2,999. But for today, it's 1,500. And I'm not going to leave those who say, oh no, for today I can't afford that. It's good to have that. I will just save installments. 650, per month. And that will be beautiful. To change your life, that is all I want to do. Your time is the most important asset to protect this. So this strategy is key to your success. When it comes to thinking well about your health and your wealth. I've got 4 A's which I use, which helps me draw back to the drawing board. The first A is avoid unnecessary stress. It can be avoided. I know sometimes people think it's hard, but it can be avoided. I know you can't avoid death. I know you can't avoid being sick, but you can fine-tune some, ways of how to handle that. Like me lying in hospital and not, handling it. I said before, when I was in hospital, I only changed my story when there's somebody, a small voice said to me, what are you waiting for? You are already healed. And those powerful words, they still drive me. What are you waiting for? You are already healed. If I hadn't heard those words, I'm telling you, I wouldn't be here. But when my daughter came and she saw a smile on my face, and for somebody who was wearing pads, having a commode pan, on the side, they used to change me in bed. And then she comes and she sees a smile. Because she would come every day to come and wash me and feed me. But I changed and I avoided. Even the doctors would come, she would be there. What do we ask here? I didn't want to hear. I didn't want to attach myself to that sickness. It was like it's somewhere else. I was trying to avoid it to get into my head. Then alter the situation. If you can't avoid any situation, try to alter it. Communicate how you feel. Don't just let people look at you and say there's nothing. Consider a compromise if stress will be altered. Then balance your schedule ASAP. Get Claudia there. Claudia, she will do it. Then adapt the stressor. Adapt to the stressor. If you can't change the stressor, change yourself. Because some situations you can't change. You think, oh no, these things are not going. Change your attitude. Then accept the things you can't change. I can't change this. This is really tough for me. But try to let go of control when this is not an option. Find the silver lining. Where should I go? What should I subtract? What should I remove? And then forgiveness. Forgive yourself for thinking, like me, I had to forgive myself. I thought I was dying of cancer. I had to forgive myself. I had to be proud of myself. I gave credit to myself. I said, okay, at least I brought my kids here from Africa. I really did A, B, C, D. I'm looking after my father. My father used to look after him before he died. I passed my driving. I can drive my kids around. You know, I have children, beautiful children I love. And now I'm a grandmother. So imagine, I got a job. And there's so much to be grateful for. And we need to do that every day to remind ourselves how powerful we are. Now, why do you do what you do? This lady says, she's called Rochelle Goodrich, says, never give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give in. Don't stop trying. Don't sell out on your health, on your wealth. Don't. And if you find yourself succumbing to one of the above for a brief moment, pick yourself up, brush yourself off, whisper a prayer, and start where you left off. But never, ever give up. Why are you doing what you're doing? Why? If you want to be healthy, why? If you desire to improve, like changes in your career, why? There are so many reasons we have to do the why. So your why becomes your new default. Go back into the why, and you love it. How do you feel right now?
Right.
Excitement?
Yeah.
Overwhelm? But both are great emotions. Your excitement will drive you, and your overwhelm will force you, to take this process seriously. Thinking well is what? It's the high quality lifestyle. So we need to think well. So those are my handles. If you want to get to me, please go where you are. And I still want to say, if you are healthy, you have 1,000 things you can do. But if you are not, you've got only one thing. And for that, I thank you. Get in touch. Let's talk. This is your life. You have to take that into your own hands. And I'm here to help. I'm here to walk my experience with you. I've been there, and I know we can do it together. Like Jordan says, we need each other. A team is more powerful than one person. Paraphrasing. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Selina. So Selina, how do people get in touch with you?
Through my emails, mypainmyteacher@gmail.com, Facebook, LinkedIn,
It's Selina Cheshire. You can get through, and my Instagram is living in the best. That's my lifestyle, living in the best. I always want to live in the best. Phone me if you want.
Better than all the rest. That kind of typical.
Yes.
Hey, I was nice to you before. Thank you very much for that. I really loved, that you have 1,000 dreams when you're healthy, but only one dream when you're not. And I think that really captivates and captures your essence as well. How you help people unlock their 1,000 dreams through working with you. And I think that's amazing. And in a way, hearing your talk, it reminded me a bit of penguins. And penguins, when someone's injured, they all surround the injured penguin until they heal. So as a unit, they make sure that penguin's protected until it's better. And I feel you bring that kind of protection to the people that you work with. And I think that's really rather amazing. So thank you. Thank you for your story. Thank you for your heart. And thank you for the work you do. Ladies and gentlemen, Selina Cheshire. Get off my stage. No, I'm joking. Good stuff. So we are going to have a lunch break. Is that correct? Yeah. So we will be back at 2 o'clock UK time, depending where you're watching. So in the meantime, it's not 2. See, I'm being misguided here. Quarter past what? Quarter past 1. We're live at 20 past 1, and we will be back at 1:15. So make sure that in the meantime, you go, you drink, you eat, you do your thing, because, whatever that means to you, do it. Now, before I end, I just want to remind us all that a great, great pioneer called Ali G also had a dream. And he dreamt that various women of various cultures come together as one. Safe. Have a good lunch. Goodbye.
Yes, and we are back. We are back. We are back. You know what? I'm going to do that again. That was poor. No. We're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. People watching. 1 second. It's just these people. Right. So we're going to get the party started. Come on. Yay! That was a bit better. Are you still sabotaging the whole thing? No, okay. Just checking. Okay, you're clapping. Right. How are you?
Good.
Yes, good how? Good how? Just tell us good how, because good is just good. Good how?
Yes, ecstatic.
Ecstatic. Okay.
Jazzed.
Jazzed. Are you dazzled?
All the time.
Yes, I like it. What about you, sorry?
Excited.
Excited.
Yeah. No, I'm
No?
not excited.
Oh,
I'm
you're-
excited.
Oh, she's excited. Wow, I mean, you scare me a little bit. You want to sabotage the whole thing, don't you? Okay. People, how was lunch?
Amazing.
Okay, I wasn't asking you. I was asking these incredible people here. Great, yeah, okay, some of you are still having lunch. Fantastic. We're going to continue now with another, of course, incredible speaker. How many times have I said incredible today when it comes to you guys? Yeah, too many. Or it's never going to be too many when it comes to you people speaking. And next we've got an incredible speaker. And her name is Caroline. I could say Caroline. But actually her name is Caroline. And she's going to be speaking about marketing. And you can see behind me, beyond marketing, the difference is how we do it. I don't know why I did that, but I just wanted to shake my hips a little bit. The difference is how you do it. And I'm going to welcome Caroline to the stage. And Caroline, come with me because I'm going to read something that I believe is very important for people to know. How are you today?
I'm really good.
Give me a little.
Woo!
Okay, woo! Whoa, there
need
we
to
go.
wake them up, don't we?
Yeah,
Because
we
we're
do.
coming
And
into the
you just
afternoon
woke me up.
session. Did I?
And I seen
You wait till like 1
beyond
o'clock.
marketing. We're gonna go beyond marketing.
Absolutely.
I'm briefly gonna read this out because Caroline provides strategic marketing systems and solutions to business leaders, owners, and entrepreneurs, adding the unique twist that is holistic and bringing the science and profitability that businesses can enjoy whatever the industry beyond marketing. And the secret is how you do it. Thank you so much, Caroline. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Post lunchtime, but here we are in London. And I've just been absolutely in awe listening to some amazing speakers this morning. I hope I can do you justice. But in the typical style of how I work, some of you may know that I like to write poetry. I like to get the creative flow going. I like to get the juices going. And when I put my talk together for you today, a poem popped into my head. So indulge me, I will read this for you. It's called Going Beyond Mainstream Route and Identifying Success. Words of encouragement, prosperity rules. When you're in a recession, then this is not cool. What makes you different? To stand out from the rest. Your business deserves to be seen as the best. When in competition lies that great big fear. Will we still be in business this time next year? What can we do to make different our actions? Movement and flow and positive attractions. I'm going to share the secrets with you. Are you paying attention?
Yes.
It's really not new. Marketing solutions with a holistic twist, a unique approach, a way that just fits. In challenging times, we must stay more than afloat. Otherwise, you'll end up stuck in a moat. Apply holistic marketing for future growth and success. Sustainability in business. Now, let's get on with the rest. So, we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some stories. I hope there's not going to be many tears. Why holistic marketing? Well, I've got to tell you a bit of a story, a bit of a background about me. Who am I? I'm Caroline Sylvia Wragg, and I'm the owner of the Starflower Company Limited. And we help business owners, leaders, entrepreneurs, corporate professionals to increase their business growth, to connect with buyers and regain their profitability by using our unique marketing solutions, systems, and strategies. Told you we're going to have some fun. You wait. I've got over 35 years experience. Yes, I know I still look 21, you know. But I've got experience in international marketing. I've worked overseas. I've lived and breathed it in communications, in PR, in the freight forwarding and logistics industry, and audio broadcasting sectors of industry. So I sort of cut my teeth at the real hardcore end of marketing and sales. And I've got the knowledge, professional experience needed to take any organisation beyond their current realms of success. We need that now, don't we? We really need it. So using my unique twist that is holistic enables me to intuitively provide the right strategies and solutions needed in time of crisis. Okay, so growth, scaling up, and scaling down if you need to. It's important to think about those things. It's not always about growth if you can't sustain it. And we look at the person, we look at you, because you are at the core of what's important to you. We look at your business, we look at your passion, and we get down to the core of what is really important. And then we align that with the clients that buy from you. See, I've always wanted to help people. Who's heard that before? Who's said, I help people? Yeah. Who has given, given, given until you can give no more? Who's run on empty and your energy drops? It happens, doesn't it? So when do you receive? When do you take time to receive? You've heard from some amazing health and well-being people earlier. Listen to them. Play their talks back. When do you fill up your own energy bank so you can serve and provide a sustainable and profitable service or product to many? You see, experience has taught me this. It's also taught me to slow down, look around, and take notice of what is actually happening. What's happening out there in the marketplace? Are we vigilant enough? You know, what's happening in the economy? We can't ignore it. We can't ignore what's happening out there. We're all affected by rising costs. Cost of living, job losses, stress. We've heard a lot about that today. Recession, and the craziness of the recent pandemic. My goodness, that's still affecting a lot of people. And I can speak from experience here, having been struck with the dreaded COVID pneumonia in December 2021 and being rushed to hospital, and I nearly didn't make it. But I'm going to tell you a story. Okay, we all like stories. Have you ever won an award? Yeah. Fantastic. I never thought myself worthy of winning an award. Never mind even applying for one. I've entered and applied for other companies that I've worked for in the freight forwarding logistics industry, previously where we've won prestigious gold awards and presented at the lovely Grosvenor House in London and had several, accolades. But for myself, for my own business, and after being runner-up for the past 2 years of TedX Awards, which is a very, very prestigious award, I won. I won. I was ecstatic. It was my time. It was the most progress business of the year. I bloody well worked hard for that. But I didn't stop to look up and out. I was on it. I was like a robot. I went back into old mode. But I got recognised for the achievements. And it was a long time coming. So I felt, yeah, I deserve this. I deserve this. So off I went to London again to celebrate a prestigious hotel. I bought a special dress and some sparkly shoes. Oh, wow. Yeah, you've got to have the glitz and glam, haven't you? You really have. Oh, yeah. Paris next. New York next. Why not indeed? And we had great fun, laughing, dancing, catching up with friends, colleagues. However, the following day, disaster struck. COVID. My energy sapped. I felt like somebody had pumped the life out of me. Cough from hell, if anyone's experienced it, I totally sympathise. It was bed rest for a further 10 days before the paramedics took me to hospital. But I got worse and worse. Why am I not getting any better? What is going off? Usually when I've been ill before, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. You start to feel a little bit better, you see the green shoots, but no. I got worse and worse. I couldn't move. I could barely shower myself. I couldn't shower myself. I couldn't eat. It was horrible. But what was going through my mind as well, that I was horrified that I couldn't work. I couldn't serve my clients. I was missing out on family time. It was coming up to the lovely Christmas period, as we are effectively coming up now. Events, opportunities, and also to wear some lovely clothes that I'd sort of lined up to wear for all these events that I couldn't wear. But I do like my clothes, you know. You know, that's one of my secret passions, I suppose. But I was sinking fast. I got worse. My oxygen meter read really low. On the day I got rushed into hospital, the oxygen meter read 73. So if you know anything about those numbers, you'll understand how dangerous that was. But for me, I was unaware of this because I was drifting. I was drifting. I wanted to just sleep. I wanted to just go off into this beautiful paradise that I could see behind my eyes. It was peaceful, it was calm, and it was serene. And there was a lot of white light. It was very, very beautiful. And I felt calm, I felt happy, I felt the pain was moving, shifting. But then, Caroline, let's get you on the oxygen. Let's get you to hospital. Oh, God, the paramedic's voice was just cutting through the calmness and serenity. The beautiful place that I was drifting off to, it was cut short. And I had tubes and clips and masks and ushered out to the ambulance. Now, the rest of the story is for another time because I really don't want to make this a gruesome experience of a talk. But that will be shared another time. But what I do want to share with you that's connected with this is the story of 2 hours. And I think with Claudia, with her time efficiency, you will resonate with this, potentially, all of you. Because what would have happened in 2 hours, I would either have been severely brain damaged or no longer here. Just 2 hours from when the paramedics came. They didn't come. And I have angels around me to protect me. My angel was my husband. And he took note of what was going off, called them, and that basically saved my life. But I want you to stop and I want you to think, what can you do with 2 hours? What difference could you make in 2 hours? Now, we saw some amazing statistics from Claudia. What can you do in 2 hours? What's worth and not worthy of your time and energy? Is it worth somebody sapping your energy? Is it worth it? Is it worth your blood, sweat, tears, sacrifice that you make to build your business, to build a lifestyle for your family, for your children, for your partners, your wives, your husbands, you know, your friends, everybody? Is it worth it? Peace of mind, security, longevity, and health. What is worth those things to you? What could you do in 2 hours? So I was already a very, very holistic person prior to this, having run a holistic wellbeing business prior to going back to my roots in marketing. And these were strengthened by this experience. So you could say it was divine intervention. And I've written poems about this, and these are going to be published soon, so they'll be published. I'm looking for a platform, actually, to share poetry recitals. So if anybody's interested in that, then I will be looking out for those platforms to share those and look at ways to bring them out, because I've written quite a few poems over the years and more recently, and they're in all different categories. So what I want you to do is take time to stop, recharge, reassess. And at this time of year, it's looking at your plans, looking at your business plans, looking at your life plan. And are you on track? Are you on track with where you want to be? Are you looking for something different? You've got to rinse and repeat, review. Repeat what works, but get rid of what doesn't. So it's time to clear out the clutter. And this will all have a massive impact on the success of your business and future prosperity. So, shall we get back on track? The world's changed massively over the past 35 years, particularly in the marketing field. There's so many marketeers that claim to know their stuff, to claim to do things in different ways. There's the digital world that's come more. There's different marketeers that appear to know what they're doing. Some do it really, really well, and that's fantastic. And my ethos is all about core values. So what are your core values? So whenever I sit with a client, we look at the core values, the mission, the vision, and what is really, really important to them. What's important to you? And you align that. But then we look at some values. And some of my values here I'll share with you are honesty, integrity, passion. Passion, people say, I've got to have passion, we've got to have passion. But passion without a plan is like disappearing off a mountain. There's no point. You've got to have the two together. Belief. We heard from Keith about belief. Authenticity. Authenticity I'm quite passionate about. Being authentic in yourself. And attitude. Do you know it's about 90% attitude and 10% skill? If your attitude is right, you connect, you can grow and learn. And culture. And culture is quite important as well. So looking at the cultures, the backgrounds, the connections, and where you've come from. I'll talk about that another time. But qualifications as well, because I do believe that you do need to back up your skill set in your business with the qualifications. I know some people say you don't need qualifications, but then that depends on your background and what line of business that you're in. So I do feel that that adds sustenance and credibility to what you're doing in your business. So, would you like to know how this is related to sustainability and success in challenging times? Yeah. Would you? Yeah? Okay, so adding that unique twist that is holistic ensures you've got durability, you've got the foresight, and you've got applied intuition that can help you plan ahead for any inevitability. You can't just steamroller ahead. You have to look at your facts, your figures, your statistics. You need to look at everything, but you also need to look outside of that box. You need to look around at what's happening, what's topical, because the world is in turmoil. People are not spending. The costs are going up. But what's going to make them spend with you? They need to spend with you because you have absolutely the exact thing that your clients want and need. Because once you've aligned with your audience, the buyers will know that you've got what they want and they'll come to you. But how do we do that? Well, we've got the techniques to help you with that. That brings it together. It boosts them. It connects them. You see, clever marketing is not about shouting the loudest or how many posts you put on social media. I've written a poem about that, by the way, as well. It's called Flat. It's about building relationships. We have to look at traditional methods. Yes, I'm a traditional marketer. I admit that. We embrace the digital world because it's there, because we have the support, we have the systems. However, if you break away from the relationship side of growing your business, then you're breaking away from the true essence of who you are and what you're trying to achieve. It's about nurturing those relationships as well. So what are you doing to give thanks to your customers? Are you dropping them a message of appreciation? Are you connecting with them? Are you sharing valuable stuff without any expectations? You know, a lot of people ask the question about return on investment. You know, what's my ROI? I'm going to spend money with you. What's my ROI? And my answer to that is, do you really just want the return on investment for what you've invested in a particular program, course, product, whatever? Or do you want more than that? So we turn it around and say, what's your return on expectation? What do you expect to achieve by following this process? If you want to grow your business, you want to apply the right marketing strategies and systems, you need to look at what is going to help you grow your business. So your return on investment, if you like, is doubled, quadrupled, and the rest. So understand what's needed right now. What is happening topically? Look at what is happening topically. If you're putting stories out there, if you are looking at writing articles and putting things in the press, you need to have the topics that people can warm to, that will listen to right now. We have to be on track and on topic. And right now, our topic is very much challenging times. We're coming into a recession. What can we do to ride that storm? But we've got to look at what's in the realms of reality as well. And what I would advise anybody is to never stop marketing. Never stop marketing. Invest in your business marketing is a vital element of your business growth plan. Because you need to remain visible. You need to remain visible and provide reassurance. You know, keep those lines of communication open, especially when times are tough. Because if you don't, they're going to think you've gone away. They're going to think you've stopped trading. So how do you do that? You need to become creative. So become creative in your connections, in how you communicate with your clients, with your suppliers, with your contacts, with your prospects. Who's in your pipeline? Who have you got in your connections? Do you have 10 hot prospects that you're talking to? And what are you doing to nurture them and to talk to them? Or are you searching for names of people all the time, looking where, you know, I want to sell a program, but how do I sell a program? Where am I going to sell my program? Who am I going to be talking to? All of this stuff, marketing is the backbone of sales. It's the behind the scenes. You know, a theatre stage, when people are prepping, all the stuff that happens behind the scenes, that is similar to your marketing preparation, because if you get your marketing right, your sales flow naturally. So letting your clients know that you're still going to stick around during this recession, during these challenging times. Are you up for the challenge? Yeah? Are you prepared? Are you preparing? We always have to be preparing, being creative, looking at new ways, looking at ways of how we can maintain our stability and then grow that sustainable business through that. Don't go into hibernation mode. It's very tempting, isn't it? You're coming into the winter, you're coming, easy way out, you're going to hibernation, I'll hide, I won't show my face. You know, yes, I understand there's times where you really don't want to speak to people. There's times where you really don't want to, you don't feel like writing that article or creating that product or putting a webinar together or sharing your viewpoint because you think, God, I've had such a lot of crap that's happened and I really don't feel like it, I'm not in the mood. Don't do it in those times. Wait, but you can write, you can send messages, you can connect, you can keep going, because becoming invisible, people will assume that you have closed your doors and you're not there anymore. And then what's going to happen? They're going to speak to the next person that offers something similar to you. And you don't want that to happen, do you? I mean, I believe in competition, but I believe that collaboration is far stronger than competition. And every one of you here and every one of you watching who run a business, an organization, whatever size, you are the ones that are going to maintain that growth. So, my solution. Making a nice pattern here on the floor, by the way. See, we've experienced redundancies, recession, cutbacks before, mergers, buyouts, acquisitions, and more. We understand what it is needed to survive and thrive in a turbulent economy, because we've pivoted and adapted over the years, and through that, we've developed a bank of tools and systems and procedures that when the right action is taken, movement and results actually happen. So you cannot do that without applying the holistic twist with the experience, the knowledge, the wisdom that you develop over the years, from working with people at different levels, from experiencing different cultures, from working in different environments. So would you like to know how we can help you? Ooh. So you can all see my details there, but that's there for you if you wish to connect. But Holistic Marketing 3.0, I'm being given a time limitation now, so beyond marketing, what's that all about? I like to be different, and I feel I am different, and I have a different approach and a different way of working. It's the voice of wisdom in your ear. It's intuition and foresight to plan the future success with hardcore strategic business marketing. You don't get away with that. So for those of you who are thinking, oh, it's this holistic fluff, actually, we get down to the nitty gritty, we get down to the work, we make you do the work, you get the contacts, the connections, and you get the results. Just while I was waiting to come on, I had a client message me who said, I've applied the system that you said, Caroline, and within 5 minutes somebody booked. She says, you're the best. I've got some great testimonials, but you know, what I want to talk to you about is, you know, how we can help you with focus and attention, congruency, that's really important, reality and attitude, because prosperity is the voice of wisdom. And once your hardcore strategic marketing systems and realistic systems are applied, the building of your business and focus creates this future growth, stability and security. So we can help you to ensure that the foundations are strong with a solid infrastructure that will not crumble unless you allow it to. But you're not, are you? Because you really want to make this happen. You're going to fight this challenge that's happening out there. So can help you create a unique income stream map that gives visibility, clarity, financial plans to move forwards. That's unique to Starflower, it's unique to my business. And then we can help you set those income producing activities in place so that your time is most valued, focusing on the right things, strengthening your belief in your products and your services. And create programs and packages that sell. So we will tell you if things are not a good business idea as well, by the way. And be adaptable and remove what is no longer working for you or that fits into the marketplace. Okay, so this is where we've got to be aware of what's happening externally in the economic place. And be flexible, open to collaborate, because holistic marketing enables you to plan without fear or loss, building on your strengths. And then implementing this wisdom will give you the leading edge in your area of business expertise. How about that? Because you're going to have that vision, you're going to have that clarity and the prosperity. And in difficult times, we focus on our strengths to continue to remain visible and keep on moving, keep on moving, keep on marketing. For those who've worked with me before will know that we're all about movement, and sometimes we have music and dance at our sessions because we apply the art and the science to our work, and together this creates an alchemy, and when fused together it creates diamonds and gold. Who wants those? Wow. And we've got systems in place that can turn your products and services into diamonds and gold, not literally, but you know, monetary wise. So would you like to know how we can help you with this?
Yeah, go.
Okay, well, we've got different ways of working together. And when I went back to my roots and I set up my own marketing business, I knew that it was very different and special because within 4 months of me launching and moving forward, my first client tripled his income in 3 weeks of working with me. And others have gone on to double and triple their incomes, open up networks that yield, create amazing packages, both high and low end for clients. They've had more visibility, more confidence, more clients, better structure, strategy and systems, focus and accountability. And when I launched my Rev Up groups, I filled it within 1 week of launching and made my first 5K month in 5 months. We are now running our 8th Rev Up group. I'm so excited. It's just a beautiful program. And Rev Up Your Business and Marketing is a done with you 4 months program that gets you into first gear. It's a combination of online and one-to-one. And we have a live celebration event at the end. And everybody's invited. It's valuable and priceless. And I'll give you some information on that in a moment. So, we're extending Rev Up now internationally. And registrations are open now for Group 9. and it's priced at just $17.50 with a payment plan, of course. But all you need to do is register and drop me a message. I've got some information on there in a moment, but I'll pop that up in a second for you. And I've got a special offer code for you, because of course I'm not going to charge you $17.50 today. We're going to keep with our old price of $1,500, because this is a done with you service. It's personal, with one-to-ones as well, valuable. So the rev up offer of $1,500 is valid for 48 hours from you seeing this talk. So if you're watching it on replay, it'll be 48 hours from when you see it. So if you just pay a deposit of £100, that's all you need to do to secure your place at this price. We can arrange all the paperwork after the session. And we've also brought back our Golden Key Executive Programme. And this is for more established businesses, but that combines spiritual well-being with hardcore strategic marketing, sales, and other business. And we bring in external professionals into that program to help. And I'll tell you more about that another time. But all of our services are designed to move you forwards, to enhance you, elevate you in your business, keep you visible and on track. You'll meet amazing people, new clients, new suppliers, and strength outside of your office, because running a business isn't easy on your own. So let us, Starflower, help you get moving, be recession-proof, and apply the techniques and skills that we have developed, that I have developed to share with you, going beyond marketing and applying that holistic twist. So I'll just share that with you, the information. There's the special price. There are some links there. If you want to access those, I can email them, send them to you. So all you need to do is book your place on the next rev up to grab the special offer. Request a consultation to chat. So if you want to have a chat, find out a bit more about it, then we can do that to help you. And if you're intrigued by the Golden Key program, then let's talk, because that is a consultation process. So we hope you've enjoyed our talk today and got some inspiration. Are you ready for action? Yes. Are you excited? Yes. Remember, the only way is up. Yes. Rev up and beyond. I'm Caroline Sylvia Wragg. Thank you very much.
Let's hear it for Caroline, hey, and all her lovely notes. What's up? I love Elliot. Elliot's great. That's all she's written here. I wish I was like Elliot, not like Jose.
The prompts, you see.
Yeah, of course. No, very well done. I've got a little poem for you. Ready? Starflower has the power. Oh. There we go. How did I do? How did I do? Yeah. Starflower has the power while you're in the shower.
Great ideas come from there.
Right, to make you market yourself like Jack Bauer.
Oh,
You don't know who Jack Bauer is? No. Have you never seen 24? No. Too young. What? Who said too young? How dare you? Get out. Too young. I know.
We can work on those poetry skills, Elliot.
We can certainly work on that. I know. Well done, Caroline.
Thank you.
Anyone out there, anyone in here, listen, if you want to market in a way that's truly going to have longevity, have impact, in a way that's going to reach your ideal client, but in a way that's real, authentic, and full of passion, you've got to reach out to Caroline. Let's hear again to Caroline.
Thank you. Love you all.
Now get off my stage.
Thank you.
I'm joking.
I'll tidy up in a moment.
I'm kidding. So we're going to take another very quick break, because up next we have Hayley, who's going to talk to us about mental health and the power of investing in your teams to get an ROI that you could not possibly imagine until you hear Hayley speak. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. We're cutting to commercial break. Welcome back to Breakthrough to Success in Uncertain Times. What a day so far we've had. And now we come to the climax, the last two. If you thought the last lot were good, wait till you see the next two. They're equally good, equally inspiring, and equally motivating. But for now, I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce you to simply one of the most warmest, endearing, and captivating speakers I've had the opportunity to work with and see speak. Her story will move you. Her knowledge will educate you. And she's going to show you the importance of investing in mental health, both in yourself, but also within your teams. Because no matter what is going on in the world right now, mental health must be at the forefront of our attention. Because if we sort out mental health, we'll sort out a lot of other problems that are going on right now. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hayley.
Thank you. Well, we've had a few technical issues. We're just hoping that everything slides through nicely now. I hate technical issues, but there you go. Let's start. So today I'm going to talk about emotional performance and the way that we are missing a trick because we are not dealing with it. And it is so important as part of mental health. But people don't really value emotional performance.
It's like it's calling you.
Ta-da! I'm going to have to dance. If this doesn't work, I'll be dancing now. There is no performance without emotional performance. The problem with this is, as much as I think this is true, there's much of a contradiction in work, because the last time I presented this, I was asked the question, how can we spot issues if people present a particular way? Because performance still happens sometimes when we are not well. But that is what's letting us down. That's what's letting all of us down in the workplace. 80% of small business owners are reporting poor mental health. It's 1 in 4 in the general public, so that's a quarter. And yet, small business owners, this kind of statistic. What a difference. 4 in 5 business owners are reporting issues with their mental health. It just goes to show how much we do as small business owners, particularly the ones who are doing everything. And how many of us are doing everything? Marketing, the finance, the admin, the delivery, the development, everything. So it just goes to show how high pressured small business owners are. 80%, meaning 4 in 5. It's quite a statistic. These are the common causes reported by these small business owners. 66% have an inability to focus. How many of us go through those days when it's really hard? We've got so much going on, so many things we need to achieve, but we just can't drill down and do it. I'm the same. I have those days. So I can see how that figure is so high. 64% are suffering with anxiety. It has such an impact on how we operate. Anxiety is huge and it's getting worse. The numbers are on the rise. Children, adults, business owners. And 34% experiencing symptoms of depression. Now we hide it well, and that's why I was saying earlier about that contradiction with emotional performance. There's no performance without emotional performance. Because we do hide it well. How many of you, feeling anxious, depressed, sad, struggling, will slap a smile on? Go to work, do what you need to do, deliver sessions, I did myself, and be really struggling behind that smile. Now, sleep and I have a very funny relationship. I sleep about 4 to 6 hours, that's my maximum. But 63% of business owners are reporting disrupted sleep. And it does, again, it has impact on how we operate, how we can focus on things, how we actually bring things together within our business. Because if you sleep enough, and I'm going to say enough because I'm not sure there's a cap. People say you should sleep over 8 hours a night. I don't need 8 hours. If I have 8 hours, I'm tired. So I'm going to say enough sleep for you. And that's an individual thing. can be 12 hours. I had a client who used to sleep 18 hours and it still wasn't enough. And 24% are having panic attacks. And panic attacks have a physical implication too. People who struggle with panic attacks will disrupt their day. Going back last year, I had a build-up of an anxiety attack and I couldn't stop it. I'd gone on that avalanche and there was no way of stopping it. And when it hit, 3 hours, I paced, I had heart palpitations, I was back and forth into the kitchen. I was working outside, I was back and forth in the kitchen, I was shouting at the dogs, I was hungry, I was sick, I was angry, I had a headache. 3 hours it went on for. I just couldn't settle. And then for a further 3 days when it stopped, I had like the aftershocks. So it impacted me for 3 days, just one panic attack. I couldn't do my work, certainly wasn't parenting very well, but I was just struggling and I just couldn't stop it. And the funny thing was for me, being so aware, I was watching it while it was going on. Does that make sense? I'd kind of taken a step back and gone, I'm having an anxiety attack here. I need to do something. I don't know what to do. I'll just let it ride. So there was loads of things going on at the same time, but it had a massive impact on my business and me as a person. I was lucky when I finally, and it disappeared completely, I was fine. And I knew I would be fine. But I see many people who don't have the insights that I have who struggle for weeks and weeks and weeks to recover from just one panic attack. So these statistics for me, they hit home real hard because being a business owner myself and wanting to do all the things that I need to do is tough. It's really tough, which is why, as a lot of the speakers have said today, we have to be that priority. If you want your business to succeed, you have to put yourself at the top. But society doesn't allow that, does it? It tells us not to do that. Unfortunately, we have this no accountability system. The problem being, people are going to therapy, people are going to the doctors, people are going to medical professionals. And once they either don't meet the criteria or the professionals and the services have done as much as they feel they can, people are sliding through the system. They're not checked up on. If you've been given a set course and you say no because it doesn't feel right to you, they let you go. You won't have a checkup, you won't have somebody phoning you up. Then you have to go back through the system again. So there's nobody looking after you. Unfortunately, when you're unwell, or if you're well, it falls to you to look after yourself. It's not easy, but it's possible. A statistic I thought was really eye-opening. This is from the NHS. Over 500,000 people are falling through the cracks. These are people who are going to therapy and not recovering. This is only half of the statistic as well. So this is a 2019 statistic. 1 million people were referred to therapy in the traditional system, the NHS. Over 500,000 of them dipped out halfway through, didn't finish, didn't even recover if they did finish. So where does that leave us? We're told, send people to the doctor. I have clients, adults and children, who are told things like, you have no reason to be depressed. Why are you feeling like that? You've got a house, you've got a family, you've got all this support, you've got a wonderful job. That is just meaningless. And it's heartbreaking to have somebody come to you and say, my doctor says I have no reason to be depressed. But I am. I am depressed. What do they do then? Luckily, that's where I come in. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. So these are some of the things you might see in yourself, in colleagues, in people that you know. Procrastination and self-sabotage. Procrastination, I'm guilty of that. I need to do something. I should be doing something. I'm going to go and do something. I haven't done it. I'm going to bed. Yeah? Sound familiar? Yeah. And that is part of a self-sabotage pattern. It is something that, you think, I think that the self-sabotage, I think that some of the speakers would agree today, self-sabotage is something that you don't see. It's not always obvious. You think you'll know when it comes, but it's not like a train that's going to hit you. Quite often it's quiet, and it happens without you knowing. And procrastination is just one version of self-sabotage. The others are not doing the work you need to do, pretending you're doing the work you do, and actually believing that you're not worthy of doing the work that you do. That's another way of self-sabotaging. Because once that thought is in your mind, you will not take the action you need to take. And we all know nothing changes until you take the action. A lack of motivation. So you might see somebody, it might be yourself, it might be somebody that you work with, who has all the ideas and can't follow them through. Somebody who maybe has changed slightly, maybe you've worked them before, or you've changed slightly, in that you've identified something you want to do, but you just haven't got the energy, you don't feel you have the time, and you certainly don't feel like you have that motivation to go and do it. But these are just signs and symptoms. Ill health. Now, I didn't actually suffer with physical ill health while I was unwell, apart from my back. When I'm stressed now, still my back goes. So I know if I'm stressed, I end up walking like this. Generally, I stand like this, I have good posture, but it's really eye-opening to think about the things that actually happen within your body when your mental health and your emotional health is offset. Because it can be any kind of physical symptom. People don't realise. I know that arthritis is a common symptom, physical symptom of mental health, long-standing mental health issues. But it can be actually anything. But I was looking for things like cold. People say to you, you'll have colds, your immune system will be run down, and mine wasn't. I kept going constantly. So it's actually, it can be aches and pains, sickness, headaches. It's things that people don't think about. But people will go off sick for the physical symptoms. But it's usually the mental health issues that are bothering them more. It's just easier to say to somebody, I feel unwell, I've got a headache, or I've got a stomach bug. It's easier to open up that door than it is to say, I think I'm struggling with my mental health. Another sign is poor decision making. That's not if you are a poor decision maker, I'm not saying you have mental health issues, but it can be a sign. You know, some people are just poor decision makers. But if you find that somebody has been a good decision maker and all of a sudden they're making really strange decisions, not able to make a decision, you know, you give them options. I see that a lot with children. Particularly perfectionists. If children and adults who are perfectionists come and work with me, I see this a lot. They're unable to make those decisions because they've lost the confidence to do so, to be able to do that. And a big thing for some is closing the business. And that's a possibility for all of us. It's something that it could have happened to me, and I'll tell you a bit about my story. But these are things, you know, these are just a few things. There's lots of ways of finding out or spotting symptoms, signs and symptoms of somebody if they are struggling with their mental health. But these are some of the obvious ones, I think, just to keep an eye out for. But if you do not harness, you know, emotional performance, people don't understand it. But if you do not harness emotional performance, what happens to their performance? Now, I'm gonna give you my other presentation that didn't work today. It's not, the slide isn't in here, but the reason that I say there's a contradiction to this is that a lot of people present as organised, can plan things, will seem like they're motivated, hardworking, will have relatively good relationships in work, but still be struggling with their mental health issues. And this is why that gentleman asked me, how do you spot it then? If somebody is showing all those signs of being engaged, as we say, it's disengaged, and people get disengaged when they're struggling with their mental health, but there are always other signs around that motivation. There'll be things you'll see, particularly if people have changed, if it's a new issue that they're dealing with, if it's because there's work-related stress or something's happened in their life, there will be slight changes. If you know your staff well, or you know yourself well, you will see those little changes. And they can be anything from personality changes. Maybe someone who's usually calm gets irritable and snaps. Maybe someone who used to be snappy and bolshy in work is quieter. Still have those relationships, still engaged, still doing their work, still reaching their targets, but they're quieter. But those are the things we don't pick up on. You know those children in school, the quiet ones, who the teachers never bother. They get their work in on time, they do their homework all the time. Nobody really ever asks them, are you okay? Because they're doing what they're supposed to do. But actually, sometimes that's a sign. For many people, people who come to me and say, in work, I'm fine. I'm really good at work. But at home, I'm struggling. I'm really struggling to engage with my children, to speak to my partner. I'm just finding it hard to cope. Do you know why? What the difference is?
No.
Okay. So in work, we've all had some kind of training. We may have a mentor. We have people who support us. We have a boss who we can go to and say, well, I haven't done it, but can somebody else do it? We have somebody we can delegate to or support or work with them to support us. But at home, who has trained you to live your life the way that you want to live it? So when you are making decisions at home, when you are doing things at home, you're kind of on your own. I know that through school, we are taught all these things, and we go through school, and then we go through college, and we go through university, if you want to. And then they say, go do life. Go live. Well, what does that mean? You haven't taught me how. What does living mean? What does success mean? What does happiness mean? And yet we've shook them off and sent them off into the world. So the contradiction to this about the performance and emotional performance is what people present. And it's important to understand the difference and the changes that you'll see in people if they are presenting really, really strong in work, but something's not right. So we have this issue with mental performance. Now, if you do not harness emotional performance, then you haven't got someone's full attention, you haven't got their mindset focused, the right attitude, the right behaviours, and you won't have them taking action. But like I said, there's a contradiction, because some people will. But underlying that is the cognition, how they learn, their memory, what knowledge they have, what knowledge they can take on board anymore. How will they develop if they're struggling? Will they even engage in development? And then their knowledge. One of the things I had, which I will talk about, is a memory issue. And I think if somebody is in work and they're struggling emotionally and mentally, then they may not be able to impart the knowledge they've got, and they may not be able to take on more knowledge. So even though you might think they're taking action, they're achieving what they need to achieve, underneath that, they're just not what they need to be. And I'm not always sure, and I think I'm not always sure businesses care. Do they care? My target's being met, I have a return on investment, everything's happening in the business like it needs to. They're not happy. They're not well. Do I invest? Because I'm getting everything done. And this is the thing, isn't it? We need to now stop the tick box exercises and actually invest in mental health and emotional health. Get it right. Physical performance. Now, we could be runners, we could be doing physical jobs and physical labour, but these are the kind of physical things that we're going to miss if we don't harness emotional performance. Meeting those targets. Now, I would like to think that any staff I would work with are driven from the right perspective, not driven because they need to do that, because they need to distract from a mental health issue. I want them to meet the targets because they know they're good at their job, and they do the job well, and they enjoy the job. Energy levels. We've talked a bit about energy today. Their energy levels will be low. My friends used to say to me, I used to sleep 2 to 4 hours a night. My friends would say to me, how are you doing all those things you're doing? Like, you've got loads of energy. Because I was 35 hours working, 4 kids. I was doing my PGC, 4 other courses on the go. I was writing my book. And they were like, how are you doing all that stuff? You know, where'd you get your energy from? I didn't have any energy. I was running on fumes, but I had to keep going. And about the skills and ability, people aren't always confident in their skills and their ability when they have mental health issues. Their self-esteem can be really low, confidence can be really low. So are you going to actually get the best out of somebody when they're struggling? And this is my favourite. It really is. In Emotion Mind Dynamic, which is the programme I'll tell you about a little bit later, we identify 3 emotional states. We have emotionally disengaged, emotionally engaged, and emotionally empowered. Emotionally disengaged people may well do the job, but they'll be hating every second. They'll be inside their head, challenging themselves to just survive, to exist, to do what they're paid to do. Is that what we want out of our employees? Is that what we want out of ourselves? The second state, funnily enough, is the one that everybody says, I want to be there, emotionally engaged. It's not. Because emotionally engaged tends to have a but. We may be productive, but we run out of steam. So we're not getting everywhere we need to go. We may start off motivated, but we just can't carry things through. And that's really tough as well. And where we want to be is emotionally empowered. This is where we want our staff to be, emotionally empowered. That does not mean perfect in any way, shape or form. Because we look at perfection as something to strive for. But it's not about being perfect. Emotionally empowered is about being able to handle those days, when they're lousy days, being able to handle them. Get up in the morning, do what you need to do, enjoy it or don't. It doesn't really matter when you're emotionally empowered. What did you say, Keith? Doesn't really matter. It's about doing it in a way that satisfies you. This is where you're thriving. So even on bad days, you know the good days are coming, and you're still thriving. So we want to get there. And we teach people how to self-manage. And this is something I think we're losing a little bit as children are coming through. Because of the way their social lives are with interacting online and things like that, they're not learning how to self-manage in situations with people. Emotions, emotional regulation, communication. How are they doing that? I've seen children sit next to each other. I've even picked children up to go to school, sit in the same car on the phones. Not even talking to each other, but desperate to have that child in the car with them going to school. Drives me nuts, that does. And for me, if and when we can harness emotional performance, we get the genuine connections. And we all know what it's like to genuinely connect with people, don't we? So we've all worked through a screen for the last 2 years. Who's loved that? Goes telling, yeah. Do we really want to keep doing that?
Yeah.
We want to connect with people. If we want to be in the room, or we want to, even through a screen, we want to connect with people. But people who are emotionally disengaged often won't connect with people. They can't. They struggle with it. So would your business survive without you? Big question. So I'm going to pop a little trigger warning. I'm going to talk about some stuff that may or may not upset you. If it does and you feel like you want to leave, more than welcome to leave. But please do come back. Ask any questions you like. I will answer anything. But this is my story. I'm the founder of Emotion Mind Connection Therapy. Proud mum of 4. One's 21, 18, 16 and 13. An accidental author. I was supposed to write a trifle leaflet and wrote 164 pages. So it became a book. Haven't been able to do that since. And a speaker. And this is my battle, journey, relationship with depression. So for 30 years, I've been empowering adults, children and families in various forms. I love working with children. I really do. Became a bit of a busman's holiday when I had my own. But they actually get it better than we do as adults. I had 2 bouts of postnatal depression on my second and my third. They were 2 years apart. Funny I didn't have it on the 1st or the 4th. But they kind of came and went. And I think that's, if you're lucky with postnatal depression, that happens. It comes and there's a time scale and it disappears. And that's kind of what happened for me. I remember my first one telling that I'm sure it was still the midwife, came round with one of those forms. There's a form that you fill in and you have to tick to say whether you've got postnatal depression or not. Ticking it exactly how I knew she wanted it ticked. Because she'd already told me I was one of her non-trouble families. I worked in domestic violence at the time. So I was kind of expected, I suppose, not that she wasn't being mean, but I was expected to be okay with things. So I filled the form out, gave it back, and she went, oh, lovely, put it in her bag. The second time, I reached out for help, and the health visitor was in a pure panic. I sat on the bed, watching her in slow motion, running around the room, like she didn't know what to do. She was like... Then she left the room, till I'll be back. She went to the doctor. She came back with a prescription for books. Go to the library and get some books. And a referral to a counselling service. My daughter's 16 now, and I haven't heard anything. Luckily, it came and it went. I was lucky. Then in 2010, I didn't know it, probably didn't admit it for a very long time. That's when my battle started with depression. And I just, you know what it's like? It's little by little, incremental. It got harder, harder. 2010, I'll tell you. In 2010, I took learning as something that was my way of holding my head above the water I felt I was drowning in. And I felt like a complete and utter failure. I didn't feel like I was doing anything well. Not parenting, which broke my heart. Because in 2015, when there was a bit of a peak and a dip. 2015, I went to see a counsellor, and we'd gone for marriage counselling. My husband wasn't turning up. And on this particular day, I slapped a smile on, didn't tell her I had depression. She didn't notice. I was a coach, and I suppose I wasn't supposed to have depression. And she said, oh, I don't think I can help you anymore. And at that time, parenting was the one thing I knew, or I thought, I was doing good at, and it was holding me up above that precipice. And she said, what you've done over the last few years had an impact on your children. So in that session, she didn't want to see me anymore. And in my eyes, I was a shit parent. And I spiraled. That was the January of 2015. By the July of 2015, we'd gone on holidays, and they cancelled our holiday. And if I'd have had a knife at that point in time, I would have used it. The woman was patronising and horrible. And I cried, and my daughter went, why are you crying? Because I don't cry. I didn't cry in front of my children. Even though I felt like this, they never saw anything. There were days when I went upstairs, I'd put their food on the table, I'd go upstairs, cry in the bathroom, wash my face off, come downstairs and clean the table off. Because that's what happens when you have children and you have depression and you have to keep going. So I felt like a complete and utter failure. As it stands now, my children say no. So I'm going to take that. I actually lost my memory. Massive issues with my memory. At one point, I thought I needed to go and see the GP for a referral for early signs of dementia. It got so bad I'd forget words, names, numbers. I used to be really good at numbers. I don't remember numbers at all now. I can do it like for the first 5 minutes and then they disappear again. But this was a real surprise to me, because these are the kinds of things they don't tell you when it comes to depression and mental health issues. I knew about overthinking. We talk about overthinking all the time. But I did not know about memory loss. And the overthinking, so two thoughts I linked, or one thought I linked together, was that if I became successful in my business, one of my children would die. And that kept me from doing everything that I could do in my business. I don't even know how it came about, but that every day I would think, if I become successful, one of them will die, and I could never cope with that. So I just did nothing. Overthink, self-blame. Another side effect I didn't even think about is I lost my peripheral vision. Driving down the road, in the dark, I don't like the dark, my peripheral vision went, and I had the fright because it just disappeared. It went for about 24 hours, and when it came back, it was fine. And when I got to the house, it was fine. And if I had been at the light, I'd have stopped and got out of the car, but I was afraid of the dark. It was something I never thought that would happen, or didn't even think it was possible, really, because I was so overwhelmed with everything and so emotionally full, had no more space. I think my body just went, no more things we don't need to see. We'll just cope on focus on what we need to know. So that was quite a frightening experience. And I developed a stutter and a stammer. Never stuttered before. Sometimes do now when I'm nervous, but This was for about 18 months. Everywhere I went, I stuttered and I stammered. I couldn't speak. It would stop me going places. It would stop me presenting, stop me going training, because I just couldn't cope with it. I couldn't get my words out. Hand learning. It was my saviour for 2 years. 2010, 2012, my PGC, the woman said to me, I got there on the day, do not take anything else on. You will not manage anything else. 4 other courses, my book, 4 children, sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night, and full-time job. Think I did okay. But it's what allowed me to believe I was still doing okay. Because my friend would say, and she'd say to me, what are you doing now? I'm doing this. And she'd go, oh my God, how do you do it? She's got 1 child and she sleeps all the time. I needed to do it. Yeah, I needed to do it. But it was my saviour. But once that ended, the decline happened. You know, from 2012 into 2015, the decline happened. Then in 2015, this was the October of 2015, I had a dark and devastating thought. And it was the one thing that, although at the time it was devastating it made me physically step back, it did motivate me to change my life. It did motivate me to take the action I needed to take. It actually probably allowed me to find the answers and the solutions I needed at the time. And from that day on, I fought every single day. I mean, at this point as well, my 11-year-old at the time, I discovered that he'd had anxiety all his life. He'd been born with it. Okay. That's it. And in 2021-22, I had a study done, evaluation done, SRI, Social Return on Investment evaluation done with Bangor University, who have proven that for every £1 you spend on EMD, you get a £7 return on investment. And it really is worth the investment. This saved my life. It saved my family. Learning that 6-step process has saved a lot in my life. So let me tell you, quick testimonial. What EMD course has managed to unlock has been enormous, and that's why I went forward with it, because it's changed my mental health completely, and it started to rewrite the MS, multiple sclerosis. I don't tend to work with physical issues, but that was, I suppose, an added bonus for that client. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about, I'm going to tell you about 1 or 2, because we're running out of time. I told you, passion comes in, and I start talking, and you can't stop me. So this is Robin. I thought I was having a heart attack. Those are the words he came to me with. He had to stop at the side of the road, call an ambulance, because he had all the chest pains. And when the ambulance came, they told him he was having an anxiety attack, and he was so embarrassed because he genuinely thought it was a heart attack. He'd lost motivation. He was using alcohol and drugs to cope. He was avoiding spending time with the children that I know, and he knew that he loved. He just couldn't engage with them at all. He was impatient with staff. He was disengaged with everything, and on the verge of walking away from a business he'd built over 15 years. But by doing the 6-step process with me, he was the only client I told, if you do not complete the process, I cannot charge you and I cannot work with you. And he did. I pushed him hard. It's like he didn't punch me, actually. He worked hard. He did the real gut-wrenching stuff that happens in emotion mind dynamic. I'm gonna jump over these. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about how you can work with me. I told you my presentation was not the one that I planned. Okay. You are the most important person in your world. If you take nothing else away from today, take that. Your business, everything. But how you can work with me is 3 ways. I have Emotion Mind Dynamic 1-to-1, where you will get your hand held for 3 months, solid. We will work on 6 sessions, but they can be up to 4 hours long. It's intense, but it gets the emotional root of the problem, and it changes lives. The other version of Emotion Mind Dynamic is online, where it's self-directed. You can work at your own pace, and you can do it in your own time. You can get some support, but it's limited. And the third option is group. I'd love to beta test a group in an organisation. So this is a new process for me. I've just run one beta with a family centre, but I'm looking to test another one. So it'd be really good to, you can get in touch and book a discovery call if any of those interest you. Thank you.
Massive round of applause, Hayley. I mean, it's not because I'm here that you need to just. Oh, I'm sleepy. Oh, goodness me. Well, thank you so much. That's the thing. I mean, I cannot be hyper all the time. I just had a hot chocolate, so it was actually calming me down. I can't tell how passionate you are because I had the sign, Hayley, we've got 10 minutes, and she didn't see it. And I stood there for about a minute, almost 2 minutes, and she didn't see it. And that's fine. She finally saw the 5-minute one. How was it for you?
Fast.
It was fast at the end.
Well, the whole thing was fast.
The whole thing, yeah. 45 minutes can actually fly when you know your stuff. Look, yeah, that's why for me it takes so long. I'm actually trying to think what am I going to say next. It's just the accent. Hayley, come here just a bit closer. We've got a bit of time. We're going to go into a break. And I think, well, I know your topic is super important. And there were so many things I connected with. And I have one very special friend that he's amazing. He's so talented. He's a great speaker, but then he struggles with depression. I don't know if he's watching this. Maybe he will. But what would be 3 things you would recommend to him?
Reach out if you can, but don't feel the pressure to, because it's not always easy. Get up and do something different, just one thing. If it means getting off the sofa today, that's fine. Don't put pressure on you to go to a nightclub or those big things. Just take one different step today. And the third one I would say is to look after your physical health. Invest in that.
Great. And now if he wanted to carry on speaking, what would you say to him? Because actually he's not doing it now because for some of these things. So would you recommend him, apart from the one step, reaching out, taking care of the physical health, anything else he could do specifically for the speaking now, since we're all speakers and we may face situations like this in our lives?
Empty the emotional vessel.
Empty the emotional vessel.
You have to learn to process, express and release emotions. Once that's done, it changes everything.
Well, there you have it. There we have it. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to just see you through the presentation. I would love to hear you for maybe 2-3 hours. Love the accent as well. She always reminds me of Sweden, but I know it's from Wales. But for me, they got that.
I get told I sound like I sing.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Well, thank you very much. We're going to go for a break, and then we'll welcome our last but not least incredible speaker. Then we'll wrap it up, and then we may go home. We'll see. Stay tuned. See you in 10. Thank you. And we are live, and I'm alive, and you guys are alive. Thank you for the picture, Caroline. Yes, we are alive. Whew. I'm not going to carry on shouting or anything, because then I'm supposed to be talking to my wife tonight, and then when I go back home and then I haven't got any energy, then she's, well, what have you been doing all day? And that's the story of my life. That is actually frustrating, but you know, I'm not going to do stand-up comedy or anything. Are you ready for the final talk of the evening, of the day? Not even evening yet, yeah? Why are you ready? Because you could be tired.
Because we are here.
Oh, okay, that's a lot of insights in just one go because you're here. Yeah, you got energy, okay, great. Look, the next speaker, and because today we're breaking through and, you know, achieving our success, times are challenging, all of that. I'm going to be doing a wrap-up at the end. But the next person, if you really want to achieve what you want in life, if you've been down but want to rise above, if you've been down but want to rise from the ashes, Pam Edwards is your lady. Sorry, your speaker and your coach. She's going to be speaking today, and her talk is called, Yes, you can change your life in these challenging times. Give Pam a round of applause, Pam! I'm about to bring the whole screen down. Give me a hug. It's a pleasure to have you here. Enjoy, and see you in a few minutes.
Thank you very much. So, I think you will all agree that we have had some very inspirational speakers today. We have heard some amazing insights into how we can make a difference, how we can make changes. And that in this current atmosphere is so important, because we need to step into the real person who we are, deep down. Not the person that we present to the world, who is the one that we slap the face on, pretend everything's okay, and just get on with life. You've heard the insights into how we mask the real us. I'm all about helping people to take that mask off and understand who you really are, and indeed what and who you really want to be. Because if you are not living your life in alignment with your purpose, then you are not living your life, full stop. You are living somebody else's life. Ultimately, when you live somebody else's life and you ignore your own true needs and where you should be, we end up creating a toxic environment for ourselves, not just in our mental health, as you've heard from some great speakers, but also in our bodies, because we create dis-ease, not disease. The word should be pronounced dis-ease, because when the body starts to show various different symptoms, it is in a state of dis-ease. So, you've also heard today about how we need to be in balance. The world needs to be in balance. We are part of this world. Therefore, we have to be in balance. And again, when we are not in balance, everything goes down the chute and everything goes to pot. So my question to you is, are you living your life in alignment with your purpose? Or are you living somebody else's life? The life that has been dictated to you by your family, by your peers, who have told you that you need to do this, you need to do that. We often hear people being told that they've got to be
lawyers or doctors, when actually what they would prefer to be doing is creating music or doing something completely different anyway. Say again?
Could play tennis.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So if you are not living in alignment, my question to you is why? And what would you really much rather be doing? Do you have an alternative? Absolutely you do. And my mission, as you can see here, is in part to help you discover what the real thing is that you should be doing. What is the real you? So, I know from personal experience and from the experience of my clients that many people who are stuck in a job, they are increasingly dissatisfied, especially in this current difficult environment, because we feel that we are stuck. We feel that we cannot move because we're terrified of the consequences. But I know what the damage is that can do, because I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt several times over. But as you can see, I came out the other side. So I know that I can help other people like yourselves to do the same, to change. I know I can help people to do it much more quickly than it took me. So are you stuck in a job? Do you really want to go to work and be stuck in that environment with all the bitching and the backstabbing and the complaining and all the misery that goes with being stuck in a place you don't want to be? No. You don't really want to hear all the nick, 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 nick going on at the coffee machine, because everybody that you're working with is probably feeling the same way that you are, but doesn't know what to do about it. So if I was to present to you a situation where I can say to you, if you were given the opportunity, if you had won the lottery and you'd done all those things you want to do, that we all would want to do, what would you want your life to be like after that? Because you sure as hell can't sit on a beach all day, can you? Not for long, because anybody with half a brain will get very, very bored. So we need to work out exactly what it is that you need to do. And even in these challenging times, if you know what your purpose is, if you have a dream that has been on the back burner for some time, and you think, oh, it'll never come to fruition, there's no point in doing this because it'll never work. Well, yeah, maybe now is the time to engage with the support and the guidance that you need to actually help you create that dream into reality. So in order to create something amazing in your life, you need to know who you are, what you want to do. You need to identify why you haven't done it. But you also need to say, I am going to do it, I am going to make this happen, and I need a plan. But I also need somebody to help me do it. Because one thing is for sure in life, we absolutely cannot make lasting changes on our own. And I'm all about helping people to make lasting changes in their lives, to help them to create the life of their dreams, to help them create the life of success that we all deserve to have. I also know that if your mindset is not in the right place, your success in life is severely hampered. Because if your mindset is not right, you cannot be successful. Not in the way that you would like to be. So how do I know this? Well, as I said I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Around about the year 2000, I realised that my marriage, which was around 20 years old at that time, was failing. And it was failing in a big way. And I was stuck. I was stuck because I had 2 boys to look after. Well, they were getting to the age where they were teenagers at that point, but I still had to be there for them. I had to have flexibility to be able to look after them and to be available for when they needed me. So, recognising that my marriage was in terminal decline, because it was that bad, I had to devise a plan to find myself an exit strategy, which I did, but it cost me. It cost me a great deal. It cost me my mental health. It started me on the road to depression, which lasted for a long time. Because at the same time that I had recognised that that was failing, my job, which I'll go back to in a moment, was also crumbling around me. So, there I am. I have a husband who is down the road all week because he's a trucker. So I am managing the household on my own. But I do have 2 incomes coming in. I am working as office manager, stroke daily coordinator, call me what you will. But I had been working with my brother for 18 years. And, it was about 15 years at that point. I'd been working with him, building the business. And most of the time it was me building the business, because he was either on the golf course or in the pub. Because he didn't fancy doing the work himself, but he knew that I would do it for him. However, as we grew, it became increasingly clear that he was bringing people into the business that were not suitable. They didn't know what they were doing. They had their own agenda. There was various different things going on. Far too many stories to go into just now. So, on the one hand, I've got that going on. On the other hand, my marriage is falling apart. 2 of the most important people in my life at that time, my husband and my brother, are conspiring against me. Well, that's how it felt, because it was all going pear-shaped, and I had to find a way to cope with it. But like I say, it set me on the road to depression, for want of a better word. I was responsible at work for a transport and logistics company that was a nationwide specialist home delivery service, 65 staff and 25 HGVs, the responsibility of which fell on my shoulders. I was the one that dealt with everything that was going on. I dealt with everything to do with running a company. So, around about 2004, I split up from my husband and started to build my life, not realising that a couple of years later, a further devastating blow was coming my way. It's difficult enough trying to rebuild your life after your marriage of, at that point, of 25 years or so, had failed. That brings its own depression, its own grief, because it is a grieving process you have to go through when it all goes down. And I was coping with that and trying to rebuild my life. And of course, I'd got a mortgage on my hands at the time as well, but just one income coming in. Then in 2006, my brother decided to merge the company with another company who, well, we'll gloss over the details on that one because it becomes very, very messy. Suffice it to say that nothing was done properly, despite my protestations, despite an awful lot of stuff, and I was made redundant. For the first time in what turned out to be 5 redundancies over the next 6 or 7 years. Now, one redundancy, when you've been in the job for 18 years, when you're a pivotal part of growing that company, is bad enough. Rebuilding your life after divorce is bad enough. But to then be cast aside several times more through circumstances that were outside of my control, I had nothing to do with the recession that came along, you know, but I was impacted by it. It has a devastating effect. But you don't realise what that effect is while you're in the middle of it, because you're concentrating on how to get by. You have to have work because you've got to have money coming in. Because trust me, state help ain't good. It certainly doesn't cover the bills. And you can't live on it for any length of time. So you create this cycle of redundancy, unemployment, further debt, going on the downward spiral. You don't realise how deep you go until you hit the bottom. And I did hit the bottom. However, something that saved me was finding a multi-level marketing company in this period of time who produce absolutely fantastic natural products. I love natural products. I've always engaged with natural products, so this was a fantastic company for me to get involved with. What I didn't realise when I joined them was that they are also really focused on helping people to create positive mental health. Because if you have confidence when you are in the workplace, whether you're in business or in an employed situation, you can go much further than you can when your confidence is down at the bottom. I lost my self-esteem, I lost my confidence, I lost my job, I lost everything. And it had a devastating effect on me. So, but as I said, I didn't realise just how down I had got when I met this company. But I engaged with all of the instruction, tuition, whatever you want to call it, all of the support that they gave me, and that started me on my road to recovery. So as I'm going along this road to recovery, I am finding my way. And they don't provide everything, because as we've seen today, your mental health is affected by lots of different aspects. And you have to find the right people to help you at the right time, because somebody who can help you at this stage isn't necessarily the person to help you at this stage, and you have to take those steps in turn, because you have to get to the top of the staircase. And it's a climb. It's a very big climb. And unless you have got support at the side of you to keep saying, come on, we can do this, you're going really well, everything's going to be fine, it's too easy to turn around and say, I've had enough. I can't be doing with this anymore, and give up and go back to the way you were. Where does that leave you? At the bottom, struggling. Yes. And a lot of people are in that situation. A lot of people can't get out of that bottomless pit. There's only one way out for them. And God forbid. It crossed my mind a few times. However, I was blessed because I had some fabulous people who were there for me at the time, who have been with me on this journey, and who are still with me. And I am so grateful for having those people in my life. So what I do now is help people who are stuck, like I was, to change their lives much more quickly than it took me. Because I know the right people to talk to. I know the right people to put those clients in touch with, because I can't do this on my own. You know, I'm not qualified in every field that we need to be qualified in to help people through all these different stages. But I know the best people to actually engage with. So my clients, I'm there guiding them through the process. But I'm saying, this is the person you need to speak to for this particular situation. They will help you overcome all of that stuff. So personal development, personal transformation is very important because it impacts on your success in life. Your mindset needs to be in the right place, because if it's not, it impacts on your success in life. So I have two sides to my business. I have the personal transformation and I have business creation and development. Because when I'm talking to clients and taking them through the process, it starts to open up their mind to possibilities. Some people have always wanted to create their own business. Some people simply want a new career. Well, I will deal with that, whichever aspect it is. But I have a business creation and development course, which helps people to put in place solid foundations from which to build a very successful, sustainable, long-term business. Because I am all about success. I want my clients to be successful in their lives. So important. But you can't do it on your own. So let me tell you a couple of little stories about clients I've worked with. On the personal transformation side, the first client was a lady in her mid-60s. That's a helicopter. The lady in her mid-60s who had been severely abused as a child by a family member. And consequently, she had been so traumatized by this that she had actually stopped learning. She had suffered a life of being labelled stupid. She'd never had any real success in life. She'd never been expected to achieve anything. But she had always worked as a cleaner. And she took great pride in her job as a cleaner. And when you have a conversation with this lady, she's quite an intelligent lady, because you can have an intelligent conversation and she will use words that you would expect normal people to use. But what had happened to this lady is that because of the abuse and the trauma related to that abuse, she had stopped learning, so she hadn't got used to seeing the longer words as we start to go through ages 8 onwards that we would normally come across, and we'd learn how to spell and what they meant and all that sort of stuff. So I started working with her because she had severe anxiety and she was very, very shy. She wouldn't speak to anybody she didn't know. Within a few months of working with me, I had got her starting to be more relaxed, more confident. We'd got her going out on her own, doing a few little bits and pieces, because she hadn't gone out on her own for a long, long time. She needed a family member with her. So we got her doing that. And when we first started talking, this lady had said that she'd always wanted to see the elephants in their natural habitat, which of course meant a trip to Africa. Well, she'd never flown before. Tremendous anxiety. At that point, there was no way was she going to make it. So we said, right, okay, we'll put it on a vision board, if you like. We'll put it on the list of things that we want to get done. And maybe within 18 months, you'll be able to do it. Because, of course, when you go to Africa, it's not just the very long flight. It's not just getting the visas. It's all the injections that go with it. And she didn't like injections either. However, what amazed me and her family was that within 6 months of working with me, she had booked the flight. She booked the holiday to go with her son, and they jetted off for 3 weeks to Africa. Absolutely incredible. What a life-changing journey. Can you imagine the effect that had on her? Absolutely amazing. So that's the sort of thing. Now we can't shut her up. You know, it's absolutely wonderful that she's become a friend, of course, as well. But it's amazing what having that guidance and support and encouragement and a plan to work to can do for you. So that's what I help people to do. And on the business side, one of my clients came to me. She'd been working most of her life in one company. She had, similar to me, she had created this particular department that she was working in and was head of. And the atmosphere at work had become increasingly toxic because of the backstabbing that was going on, because of the point scoring that was going on, because of the sheer nonsense. Because half of the people doing the backstabbing and the point scoring hadn't got anywhere near the skills that this lady had got. So there's no way that they could have taken her out anyway. However, it became increasingly clear. She came to me originally for presentation skills training, which is part of what I do within the business course. And it became clear that she had got a desire to create her own business, doing exactly what she was doing in this company, but as an independent consultant. But she was scared because she didn't want to jump ship. She thought she'd got to jump ship and remove that income. Well, again, she's an independent lady. You can't afford to lose your income. It's bad enough when you lose it involuntarily without doing it voluntarily. So we created a plan that allowed her to reduce her hours in the company and build her business alongside her commitments. Within a few months, she was confident enough in herself. She knew her stuff. She's one of the best qualified people in that field anyway, in the country. But she was confident enough to walk away from the company and start her own business. Because she knew what she needed to do. We had been putting systems in place, we had been putting the structure in place, and she had got a framework to work to. That's what I do for clients. I help them create lasting transformations. I help them to create exciting new lives, new chapters, so that they can live in their alignment with their soul purpose and be the very special and very best version of themselves that they can be. So that's what I do. There you go. Where do we go from here?
Tell us, we're waiting.
Well, would you like to know how I create the systems that help people to do this? So, as this slide says, your success is my mission. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to embrace the journey of self-discovery, to accept the challenge to change your life, to ignite your passion and rise up to reach the stars. It's a big statement, but that is exactly what I do. It's a fact. Providing you know what you want to do, you have a plan, and you are prepared to work that plan. Because if you're not prepared to work the plan, it ain't going to work. And you'll stay where you are, wherever that is. But if you're prepared to work the plan, how far can you go? You can reach the stars if you want to. Everybody's idea of success, of course, is different. So this is never going to be a one-size-fits-all program. I have distinct areas in the program: personal transformation, business. They can mold into one, because any business owner, from startup through to development, can have issues with their mindset. If you are a business owner who is established in the first few years of their business, and you want to take your business to the next level, but you can't get it moving. Something in your mindset is telling you that you're not worthy. Something in your mindset is saying, you're no good, you can't do this. We know different, because everyone in this room has been on a journey, is on a journey, because we never stop traveling, we never stop learning. And so those people that are stuck will stay where they are. They'll stay stuck and say, oh, it can't be done. It's too much money. I haven't got the time. I haven't got the resources. I don't know what to do. That's where I come in, because I can say, okay, so what is it you want to do? When do you want to do it? When do you want to actually achieve it? Okay, so we put a plan in place and we start working that plan. And when the challenges come along, which they will do, because that's life, we navigate around those challenges, we overcome those challenges. So we get to where we want to go eventually. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, sometimes you can make it quicker. It depends how quickly you want to work it. But you know, with a sat-nav, you put the code in, put your destination in, and it takes you on the journey. Building a new life for yourself, building an exciting new chapter, building a business is no different. It's a journey. So, what I have to tell you, hang on, yes, it's the right way round. I have several ways of working with me. Firstly, we can work in a group format. I only work with a maximum of 6 people at a time. And that is to ensure that everybody on the course gets the right attention, the right individual guidance that they need. The course, my courses are actually called the Flying Phoenix programs. I love that, because it's exactly what I help people to do. I help people to take flight. So the group course is a 4-month course. We have 2 meetings a month over Zoom, and each individual person on the course also gets a one-to-one with me every month. We identify who you are, who you want to become, what you want to do, and how we're going to get you there. Every person will get their own plan, and provided they work that plan, they'll get to where they want to go. Absolutely fantastic. The usual cost of that course is £1,000, and it goes over 4 months. But hold that thought, because I have got something amazing to give you at the end of this presentation, just to round off this absolutely incredible day. So the next level up is working one-to-one with me, either on personal transformation or on the business creation course. Again, they will last over between 4 and 6 months, depending on who you are, what you want, how quickly you want to get there. But the business course focuses on creation and development. We cover making sure that we've got all the bases in place, all the framework in place for you to then go on and build your business. So, those courses I will talk to you individually about, because it's an interview process. And then, of course, if you wanted to, you could have the VIP course, which is absolutely everything all rolled into one and takes a bit longer. And again, it's one-to-one. So, with all of the courses that I offer, and bearing in mind that this will be available, this live stream and recording will be available over several days, I am offering you the opportunity to book a call with me, drop me an email or connect with me on LinkedIn with a message, to book a call with me so that we can decide where you are, where you want to get to, and which course is going to be the best one for you. The starter course in the group format is great for anybody starting on this journey, because there's an awful lot to learn. There's an awful lot to do. So, any of those courses that I run at the moment that I've mentioned today, if you book your discovery call with me, either today or over the next 7 days, I am going to offer you an amazing discount of 25%. So instead of the basic costing you £1,000, and let's reverse that just one moment, because let's consider what we are going to achieve by working with me. You are going to achieve a life-changing transformation. You're going to either create an exciting new chapter in your, create an exciting new chapter in your life. It might be a new career, and it might be a new business. That's not a cost. It's an investment. It's an investment in you and your future. Depends where you want your future to take you. So 25% off for the next 7 days if you book a discovery call with me and then subsequently go on to book the course. There are payment plans available, but let's think about what is coming in this next 24 months or so. We've got difficult times coming. That doesn't mean that you have to stay where you are. When we're in difficult times, those people that are most successful are the ones that push forward. If you push forward with a plan, you work the plan, it happens. You've heard it from several speakers today. The opportunity is absolutely incredible. It's as good as winning the lottery, although I have got my ticket for tonight. So it only remains for me to say, take you back. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to take the opportunity to work with me and change your life. I am Pam Edwards. I am the owner of Phoenix Rising Services, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. I am excited to work with you on your journey. Thank you very much.
I am excited to fly like the phoenix.
I'm very pleased to hear it.
I know you are. Come to the center a little bit. Thank you so much for that,
Thank
Pam.
you.
It's always a pleasure. Can you share just 3 things? I like the 3. Well, you all heard the power of 3 as well. I mean, it's easy to remember, and for me it works. So I'm trying just to get some value, additional value here, before we may jump on a call or not. So, yeah, imagine I remember when I got divorced, I didn't know where to go, and I felt that was the end of my life. And yes, you may say, well, what a drama queen you are, Jose. Well, maybe. But I didn't know what to do. I had no idea where to go. I didn't know. What could you have said to me back then? 3 things I could have done.
So you have just got divorced
Yes.
and you're starting out on your new life.
I didn't know what to do. So I didn't even know I wanted to start a new life. I was just bottom at the end of it, I thought. And I didn't know, honestly, didn't know what to do.
The first thing I would say is that you need to take a step back and reevaluate where you are and what you would like your life to be like.
Okay.
Because life-changing situations like a divorce or redundancy, we are faced with the blank page to start a new chapter in our lives, to write our own story. So I would make sure that you were given the task of thinking what it is that you want to create. And more importantly, why you want to create it. Because the why is deep down in our soul. And when we're faced with a blank page to start a new chapter, we are given the opportunity to connect with our soul, to really say, this is what I want to do. This is why I want to do it. And then we would set to work. But it's a discovery process. The question why. You know, when we hear children and they are starting to explore the world, and it's why? Yes, but why, Mummy? Why? 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 Until they get the answer that they want. Or the parent turns around and says, because I said so. But this is an opportunity for any one of us to really stop and think, what is it do I want to do? Why do I want to do it? And how can I make it happen?
So why, what, and how, in a way.
Yes.
So that'll be the summary.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, and I love the blank sheets of paper to start and ask yourself why and where am I going.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pam. People, another round of applause. This is how we begin to wrap the day up. But I'm not going to wrap the day up by myself. Guess what I'm going to do? It's not a rhetorical question. Guess what I'm going to do? Shut up, Jose. We want to go. I'm going to pass on the mic, starting with you at the end, and I want you to share one thing you're taking away. One thing you're taking away from today. Would that be okay? Just the one thing? Yes? If not, go to Caroline. I'm sure you will be fine. Just the one thing.
I'm taking away that whatever in life that you come across or upon, there is a way out. Look at it in a positive way that, yes, I am here, but I need to go there and I will reach my destination. It's not just doom and gloom. As long as you are still alive, you will reach your destination.
Thank you very much. What a pleasure. I mean, we hope to see you there speaking next time. Thank you very much for joining us today. Yes, that is a beautiful conclusion. Wow. Okay, well, I want to still hear from you guys before we go. So, Caroline, one takeaway.
Be open to opportunities because you never know where your next pot of gold's going to be. And be mindful of your mental health and your personal health as well, and look inside, because sometimes the answers we're looking for are within, I call it our own internal board of directors, but I think everybody's been amazing, and I think we've picked up golden nuggets from every single speaker here today and the people who've joined us. And if they're watching online, well, you're in for a treat because you'll be able to see lots more. So thank you. Very valuable day.
Wow, I'm loving this. Thank you. What a way to summarize this day. This is why I'm asking the question, because I couldn't be bothered to actually do it myself. Marjorie.
I didn't get to hear a lot of the speakers this morning, so I've missed out. But I think in order to be successful in life, you need to have the right partners to get you there. And it's important to really look at who is the right partner. It's not just anyone. You have to resonate with them, and they have to have that same vision you have. That's what I think.
Beautiful. Yes, absolutely. What people call that inner circle as well. Yes, what a way to summarize that. It is Vi, yeah? Yes, I remember. And you look like you really want to share with us today, so I'm loving it. Yes, this is the moment. Yes, I love that face.
I'm going to just say one thing because that's what you asked for. There's lots of things that I'm taking with me, but that one thing I want to verbalize is you have to take some action, small or big, but just do something, because without doing anything, nothing will change.
Vi, thank you so much. Yes, we can listen to all of these incredible speakers, take loads of notes, but what is at least the one thing we're going to be doing, right? Keith.
Yes. I think that the big takeaway for me is that there's a lot of help available if you need it. It's not our natural state to be depressed and overwhelmed and stressed. It's our natural state to be joyful and blissful and vibrant. But most people in the world are not living in their natural state, and this is causing deterioration physically, mentally. But what we've seen today, there are many, many resources to help you change that and make a real positive difference in your life. And you can feel the resonance of what's right for you. So if anybody was watching any of these presentations today, I would say get the free discovery call with everybody. Get what you can from it. And if you decide to work with someone, at least you know it's the right person for you.
Thank you very much. Well, people, take this opportunity. Would you like to share as well, Claudia, or do you want just to go home?
You can leave me.
I can leave you outside? No. Well, come here.
No.
No? Oh, no, it's not. No, I don't know. Or you want to sit down?
Yeah, no.
Yeah? Are we going to give Selina the chance as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not going to be speaking forever here.
All right. I thought that was the Latin American way. Or is it just me? I'm holding on to the mic.
Yeah, no, the whole presentations of everyone had like a common link, and it's put yourself first and be mindful with your time, because life is too short. We have living in a very rough moments, but when you put yourself first, your priorities and everything, the things go smoothly, and life is too short to live in regret and guilt.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Selina, last but not least, final words.
What am I supposed to talk about?
Oh, you're not supposed to do anything. I mean, if you want to share one takeaway.
Oh, okay.
Apart from saying, Jose, you're putting weight.
Jose, you look so wonderful. Yeah, I mean, I think like what Claudia is saying, I think the way it was, it's like everything was interlaced. It was just more about your well-being, about, thinking about you and giving what you can. So let's continue doing it and look after ourselves. If you are not going to look after yourself, then you won't be able to look after other people. So I think, why waste time? Let's do it now.
On that note, why waste time? Let's do it now. Thank you very much, everybody. And I cannot wait to see you all again. People, connect. Free discovery calls, free resources, incredible opportunities. It's fantastic. The timing is right because the year is about to finish in 2 months. So make the most of it. Do it now. Thank you very much. Ciao, ciao, everybody. Ciao.